Equal Housing Lender. 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Simply Safe cameras use AI to spot trouble around your property before it happens. If something doesn't look right, a live agent can talk to the intruder, turn on a spotlight, and call the police. Knowing Simply Safe is working for you restores your peace of mind, because it's always working to prevent loss. And right now, you can get 50% off a new Simply Safe system with 24/7 professional monitoring at simplysafedirect.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR, breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from ending birthright citizenship for the children of parents who are in the U.S. illegally. Now, that's the third court ruling blocking the birthright order nationwide since a key Supreme Court decision back in June. The Trump administration has asserted that children of non-citizens are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and therefore not entitled to citizenship. U.S. District Judge Leo Sorokin joining another district judge as well as an appellate panel of judges in finding a nationwide injunction granted to more than a dozen states remains in force under an exception to the Supreme Court ruling. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A U.S. representative denied entry to the Eloy Detention Center to check on a Peoria woman being held there. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in Midtown now, Phoenix, to explain what happened.
Kelly Yu was detained on May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton went to conduct oversight at the facility in Eloy and meet with Yu at the request of her family, but was turned away.
The law specifically says that members of Congress are not required to give advance notice. That's exactly how congressional oversight works.
Stanton says the border is secure and it's time to work on comprehensive immigration reform. Reporting live in Midtown Phoenix, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The legal saga surrounding Lori Vallow Daybell appears to have come to an end in a Maricopa County courtroom. The so-called Doomsday Mom sentenced to a pair of life terms today for conspiring to kill her estranged husband Charles Vallow and her niece's ex-husband Brandon Boudreau.
I've seen many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person.
Vallow Daybell already serving life sentences in Idaho for the killing of her two youngest children and a romantic rival.
Eyes on Education.
More than $6 billion that had been withheld by the U.S. Department of Education now been fully released. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer is live with how that money will be distributed.
The funding was supposed to go out to schools, educational programs, and after-school organizations like the Boys and Girls Club at the beginning of the month. A portion of the funding related to after-school programs was released last week. The Education Department announced the remaining money has passed approval today and will now be released to recipients. The funding goes towards adult literacy, English language programs, and schools, and was withheld by the Trump administration while the Office of Management and Budget reviewed it. Arizona will receive $118 million of the federal funding. Arizona State Schools Chief Tom Horn says the review was making sure the funding wasn't being used for, quote, ideological purposes. He says the money will be distributed as soon as possible. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Maricopa County's current Sheriff Jerry Sheridan touting successes in his department over the past several years in the shadow of the Department of Justice's ongoing supervision.
Sheriff Sheridan says there are around 1,000 vacancies in the sheriff's office right now, down from 300 when he was sworn into office in January.
Trying to get the pay up for the officers so they come here, and we are hiring a lot of lateral people from the state prison system because we pay better and our working conditions are much better.
He tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp because of strong hiring rates, their priority is getting classroom space to train new employees and keep up those rates of retainment. Brandon King, KTAR News.
And you can watch or listen to the full episode on the KTAR YouTube channel or KTAR.com. Well, one day after today's World Drowning Prevention Day, the SRP Summer Safety Splash event takes place tomorrow at Sunsplash Water Park in Mesa. SRP's Rory Miner says they'll be handing out free life jackets plus.
They're going to have resources like swim lessons, CPR classes. They'll be doing demonstrations on site, and we'll have some fun games for the kids to play. And then we'll be giving away raffles as well.
She says buy one, get one free tickets available. Go to srp.net/offers for more details. To the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now for a look at those roads. Do see a crash working. This is at State Route 51 and I-10, just the southbound side, just north of Phoenix. Otherwise, no major problems out there to slow you down right now. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Save $2,000 on refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision when you schedule your free consultation by July 31st. K2 Vision RLE, no reader's glasses or cataracts. Sunshine this afternoon, 108 for a high. Clear tonight down to 83. Sunny again tomorrow with a high of 107. 104 right now in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Heisinga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News.
Pleasure spending Friday afternoon with you, and an honor for both of us to be in your lives. We do appreciate it. Bill O'Neill, nice to see you. Our news director is in for Becky Lynn today. Do you know where Becky Lynn is? Is she at a job interview?
I have no idea.
No, that's strange. No idea.
Well, that's exactly what I would expect Becky Lynn's boss to say.
I would expect he would have like a tracker in her or something. Know
Now you're
exactly
scaring
where
me
she
here.
was.
Yeah, what would you do if Becky Lynn left? What would you do? Would you have to spend more time with us?
What do you mean? He'd do more. That's what he would do.
Would there be an emergency job posting?
We need somebody to work with these two guys.
Name your
please.
price, right? Yeah, I get it. All right. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate it, man. All right. So, the reason I ask is I was looking around the newsroom, and I was talking with Mike Broomhead this morning on a show about this too. And I was looking around the newsroom, and I was thinking, who's not going to be here in a year? Did I ever tell you I got in trouble one time for this game?
I vaguely recall, but tell me the story again.
Bill, feel free to jump in on this one too. You ever do something really dumb at work?
No, I'm still here.
Oh,
This is like
well,
a
it wasn't this
once-a-week
work.
thing for Merrill.
Okay, so I'm at this company, right? And so we're going to the Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
And as we all know, every company has turnover. Bill, you've been in radio long enough.
Of course,
they
absolutely.
come and they go, is what they say, right? They come and they go. So I was sitting at this Christmas party, drinking my hand, talking with our engineer, and I said, who do you think is not going to be at next year's Christmas party? And we were kind of like, oh, I don't know, so-and-so. They feel like they've got one foot out the door, yada, yada, yada. So that's a Saturday night. Monday, I go to work, and I'm talking to my co-host about this at the time. I go, who do you think is not going to be here? I started making a list. And then I started being funny, because you know me. I'm hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So I started making a list, and I'm like, well, so-and-so is not going to be here because they can do better.
Put the reason on there
Yes,
too?
they can do better. So-and-so is not going to be here. We had the old radio station owner still worked for the station, right? As part of the sale, he got to keep his show. And I was like, so-and-so's not going to be here. They'll finally wake up. And then so-and-so won't be here. Cancer. And I was putting a bunch of crap like that. Yeah. No, it was vicious. And then
Sounds about right.
I was laughing, and I wanted to show my buddy who worked on our AM at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I printed it.
That's genius.
And then I went into a break, right? The song was over. I go into a break, and I'm like, hey, there's John Mayer, and we got some great stuff coming up. And I forgot I printed it.
You didn't grab it off the printer.
Guess who finds it? The old owner who I said they were finally going to come to their senses, and he freaked out.
Did you have your name anywhere on it?
No, of course not.
It's like a Super Bowl box kind of thing where you choose your numbers.
But it got traced back to you.
Of course it did, yeah. So then I got called to the boss's office, and that was a very awkward conversation. He said he had to talk the guy off the roof a little bit. I wonder how many people, though, if we look around, let's do this just live. We're on the air. I feel like on the air gives us immunity. Who's not going to be here next year, Joe? Just looking around. Because a new study has come out and says 1 out of 2 workers plan to look for a new job in the next year.
Well,
they want to bail by June of 2026.
I won't name any names, but I would say, the Gen Zs are less likely to be here. They don't stick around as long as others.
They're job hopping.
Yeah.
I saw that, 3 out of 5 Gen Zers look at a job as a situationship.
You got any Gen Zers working for you, Bill?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Be prepared.
Hang a shingle right now, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What is that, a situationship?
To me, a situationship just means you don't have as much investment as a relationship. But I saw that too.
Because I've heard that in relationships, right? Where it means I'm basically here until I find something better.
Oh, okay, but see, what I wondered, because I think this could go either way. Is it that the Gen Zs don't have as much attachment, or does the Gen Z feel like the job does not provide them the proper amount of attachment? Do you see how it could kind of be a both ways thing with that?
Okay, so I've got 2 Gen Z kids, right? And I'm just thinking, they came up, let's see, how old were they? I mean, they were in their adolescent years when they were younger than that, when the recession hit, right? I think one of them was probably 9. The other one was like 10 or 11. She's a year and a half older than he is. And I'm imagining if you are a parent of a Gen Zer, right, and they were in their elementary school years during the recession, and if you're a parent, maybe you're at a company for a long period of time, recession hits, you're out the door, or maybe it's a little longer, and all of a sudden somebody has to right-size their company. I've been right-sized a couple of times. It's no fun. But if my kids are witnessing that, and they go, Dad busted his tail, he worked hard every day, he goes to work, he sacrificed time with us, he missed my T-ball games, he couldn't sell Girl Scout cookies, which I didn't want to sell anyway.
Wrote
but
incredible lists with his coworkers.
Okay. But all of these things, right? And then the company didn't show him any loyalty. So I think that we're at a point where we're seeing a number of young people who are now entering the workforce, and their perception of an employer is different than maybe what ours was when we were younger.
Oh, 100%.
I was always told growing up, you got to be loyal, you got to bust your tail, you give them whatever you want, you should be happy to have that job, right? Now you've got Gen Zers who came up witnessing that, and then when they hit the job market, it was an employee market, right? So they have no loyalty.
Well, there's proof that people can change, Chris. I mean, you said your kids were what, 9, 10, 11 when you were going through this? I mean, at that age...
Well, I didn't lose my job during the recession.
Okay.
It was later on that I...
But your dad, when you were between 9 and 11, wanted you working in the fields already.
That's true. He told me...
You didn't tell your kids, like, get a job!
No, I didn't. I was soft on them. When I told you I was a bad parent. No, that's funny, too, because when I was 9, he said, you got to be thinking about getting a job. Then all of a sudden we had... I think I was not quite 10 when we had... Was it Black Thursday or something? Whatever it was, 1980. Bill, when did we have that crash? Was it 87 or 88? Do you remember that? It was like
I believe it was...
January 88?
I want to say 88.
I want to say 88, too. And anyway, Dad came home and he's like, oh, it's the end of the world. He thought we were going to see a depression and all this stuff. Of course, it didn't happen. But I think when you come up and you witness that the company hasn't been loyal to my parents, but my parents have been loyal to the company, it reinforces this notion, why should I be loyal to the company? So I think that's why Gen Z is in this situationship. But they've also largely not had a market where they're competing with other people for a limited number of jobs.
I'm seeing that we had a couple. We had Black Thursday in 87, and we had Black Monday in 87.
Okay.
All were bad.
All bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
87, not a good year.
So I think part of this is why we've got so many people who are looking for a different gig. But I don't think it's just Gen Zers.
It's not. They're doing it the most.
The most.
But then, I mean, millennials are hot on their tail.
Why is that?
Well, I think they're next youngest. I think the younger you are, the more likely you are to not feel that attachment and to not feel that investment.
Is there a sense of adventure when you're younger?
I think there could be some of that.
Is there a sense of...
I think it depends on your field.
Especially if you don't own a home, and we know younger generations don't own a home. And I've said before, you own a home, that keeps you around an employer even through the bad days.
Well, and I really think it depends on your career as well. If you're going through school, and maybe your mindset as well. You're going through school and you graduate and you get that business degree, but you're like, do I really want to do this?
Yeah.
Like, whereas if you get your dream job right out of school, let's say you become a lawyer or a doctor, and then you get that gig, I don't think as many people are job hopping from lawyer or doctor to something else. But if you're, number cruncher, you more likely to job hop? Yeah.
You and I have taken different paths to get to the chairs that we're in, too. You've been here 17 years, and you worked at one other radio station before this, right?
One that shall not be named that you worked at as well, but our paths did not cross.
And I have worked at
A billion.
a number of radio stations. And I joke that I've been fired from some of the best radio companies in America.
But you also were higher up at these stations, whereas I kind of worked my way up.
Well, I kept climbing the ladder from different markets is what happened. So I kept looking for that next opportunity. In fact, I think you asked me what's the longest job I had.
Mm-hmm.
It was high school.
Wow.
Longest job I had was high school. I mean, I worked from high school into college for a restaurant.
We're going to have to work on that because either things are going to go really well for you or really bad for me.
Yeah, bad news, pal. Yeah. Honestly, there's a little piece of me that's a little afraid of what happens when I find let's say, and I've never really identified what my ultimate goal is in this business. Is always just to take the next step. But what happens when I run out of steps? I'm kind of afraid of that, to be honest.
When you run out of steps, meaning you hit the top? Or
I've gotten to the place I want to be.
Uh-huh.
Now what?
How do you know when you've got to where you want to be? What does that look like to you?
I
You've
don't
never
know.
sat down and thought about that?
Not really.
Really?
When I'm convinced that there's nowhere else to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. Because
So
I'm
then what
kind
do
of
I
where
do?
I want to be right now. I like doing this
I
with
know, but you're somebody who has settled in. You've been here for 17 years. For me, I've never been at a job more than, the longest radio job was 7 years. So,
I'm open to adjusting our time slot, but I like this on-air thing.
I know, but then where do I go?
You stay.
I just stay here.
I am your wubby.
But that seems terrifying to me.
No,
It does.
I will keep you safe and comfy. What's terrifying about it?
I've never been someplace that long. It scares me.
So it's more comforting to be fired and have to look for something else.
No.
That's strange.
That's not comfortable.
Yeah.
No, I just don't want to fall into this place where I'm.
So there's nothing that can comfort you then, because firing is terrible, and yet staying put is also fearful for you.
Well, I'm always interested in new opportunities.
Well, how are you going to get the new opportunity?
I don't know. Maybe Bozeman, Montana will come knocking. Would you like to own a mountain and do a radio show? That doesn't sound so bad.
Bozeman, Montana. I
Yeah.
don't see them in the top of the cities that rank. Interesting.
That's not major market, is that right?
Nope.
Our why today, why are so many employers happy to see their employees jumping ship? That is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Bill O'Neill with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:16, this is what you need to know right now. Arizona's very first turquoise alert, a success after 6-year-old Violet Cultus was found with her mom in Cottonwood. The Arizona Department of Public Safety's Kelsey Camiso says the alert was possible with collaboration from the Hawaiian Police Department, Hawaiian Amber Alert Coordinator as well. The mom violating a court order after taking the 6-year-old from Hawaii and was taken into custody. Deportation flights from the remote Everglades immigration lockup known as Alligator Alcatraz have begun and are expected to increase soon. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the first flights operated by the Department of Homeland Security, transferring about 100 detainees from the Immigration Detention Center to other countries. Officials did not say where those flights were headed. All of our top stories coming up at 2:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And right now, under sunny skies, just a little bit of a breeze out there. We are at 103 degrees in Avondale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app, where you can tap on the microphone icon, leave us a little message, say something insightful, funny, crazy. We might even play it on the air. That is a record. It'll say call in, but you're not really calling in. Our question today, after we learned that nearly 1 in 2 workers plan to look for a new job in the coming year, which seems a little high to me, although that's actually down from the numbers last time they did this survey. It was 56% of people last time were looking for a different gig. So why are so many employers happy to see their employees jump ship? We thought we'd give this a little bit of a twist. It would be easy to say, why are people leaving? And we go, they want more money. All right, well, short segment.
It's always follow the money.
Yeah. But I think we'd say, why is it not such a bad thing? I think with employers, Joe, you want to hang on to your good ones, right?
In general,
In
yes.
general, right. Okay. So how do you hang on to your good ones?
The easy thing, you said it, pay them more money.
Okay.
But also you provide a solid culture. You provide an environment that they want to come into every single
I'm
day.
glad you said that. Can I use an analogy? I know you like when I do
I
analogies.
love your analogies.
I want you to imagine that if you're an employer, all right, imagine you have a garden, and you've got some beautiful flowers.
Yeah.
Okay. So some of those beautiful flowers, those are your good employees. And what do you do when you've got beautiful flowers in your garden? You've got roses and tulips and
daffodils.
Daffodils.
Venus flytrap. That's the Joe.
Okay. You've got a few scary flowers in there too, right? And what do you want to do? You want to water them, and as you mentioned, you want a good culture, right? So that means you want to have
fertilize them.
good soil. Yes, absolutely. But also with a few of those, you got the bulbs, but on those bulbs, there were some weeds. You had some weed seeds in there. And that garden's outside, and it's Arizona, so of course you're going to have an awful lot of crap that floats through the air, lands in there, and suddenly you've got weeds growing up in your garden.
That's not
right?
Good.
It's not good. So in our question, why are so many employees happy to see their employees jump ship? Imagine if half of the weeds that showed up in your garden left themselves.
Well, it just did the work for you.
That's exactly right. So it's one of those circumstances where if you have 1 out of 2 employees want to leave, how many of your good employees want to leave? Probably some. But how many of your bad employees want to leave? If they're a bad employee, they probably know.
You think so?
Largely, yeah. Not always, because we've all worked with that employee that has no idea how bad they are.
And see, I have no idea on that. I
think if they're a bad employee, that's often because their heart is not in that job in the first place. And they're the ones that are going to be looking to jump ship. Now, you're going to have some good ones. You're going to have some roses and some daffodils.
Snapdragons.
Sure. They're all looking for something. They're looking for maybe more fertile ground. The grass is always greener on the other side, right? They may be looking for that. Maybe your soil is a little dry. Maybe you haven't fertilized that. Maybe you haven't watered those flowers. Or maybe there are just too many weeds. And they're saying, I got to go to a better garden. So there may be some flowers that are looking to leave. But if you can get rid of more weeds, if you get rid of bad employees, that makes good employees happy. So when you have so many people looking to take care of themselves and get out, it's not always a bad thing for employers. They just have to make sure that they're doing what they can to keep the flowers happy.
Oh, definitely. I agree with you on that. I guess the way I think about it is typically bad employee. Usually you think, I associate that oftentimes with laziness. And if they're lazy, how hard are they really looking to get out if they've got something safe and cushy?
Sure, they're going to linger. I mean, it's not a hard and fast rule, but yeah.
Yeah.
Some weeds are a pain.
We've talked about the tariffs, what Q4 could bring, recession, maybe. Could be Q4, could be Q1 of 2026.
Sure.
So first thing I went to was fewer cost cuts for the employer. I think that they would obviously like that if people just self-exit.
I call that natural attrition. And I think that's better than RIFs.
Definitely.
The reduction in force.
It does not look good to have the line outside of the HR person's office of people with their boxes.
That's not a good look.
No.
And it's not a good day for HR either.
No, it's not. It's not a good day for the people who are left.
I've never seen a manager that was excited about the culling.
No, that stinks. It stinks for the people who get let go. It stinks for the people who come in and see the empty chairs of the people who got let go. So, much better if they exit stage right on their own.
With 1 out of every 2 employees looking to change jobs in the next year, according to a survey that Bankrate just published, our question, why are so many employers happy to see their employees jump ship? I'm going to pick up where you left off on that one, too. Because 2025's word of the year is uncertainty, I'm going to say there's some corporate security when people are ready to go.
How so?
Well, when you've got employee dissatisfaction, that's not a good thing, right? But there is a little bit of positive in the data because the number is actually down from last year. So 50% of your employees are not looking for something else, which is better than last year where it was 44%, right? So it's actually getting a little bit better. So if you're an employer and you want to make sure you're fertilizing that garden, it would appear that now, maybe your garden sucks, but somebody else is getting better. But largely, employers are doing a pretty decent job, or at least they are reacting to the market in a manner where more flowers are growing and fewer weeds.
Very, very true. If a company's looking to sell, what do they always look at?
Bottom line.
Exactly what I wrote down. Bottom line.
Yeah.
So we've got our budget guy in the building here, budget guy Greg. We love Greg. When Greg looks at things, he's always looking at that budget. And the bottom line is, hey, how much you're spending. And if you've got a bunch of people who exit stage right too, you're saving money.
Yeah, are you as productive? If you can fill those holes.
Well, sometimes the reality in 2025 is, guess what? The people who stay, if you want to keep your gig, you're going to figure out a way to do, that other person's job. You're going to split up some duties.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but that also makes that good person the next person who's looking for the next gig.
Maybe it does. Or maybe they're that person who's been there for 10, 15, 20 years. And
Suckers.
They really like... That's your word for them.
Right.
I would say loyal.
One final point from me, anyway, is that if you've got 1 out of every 2 people are looking to jump ship, it does create a candidate pool. So imagine that you're an employer and you see that you still have low unemployment nationally, right? Which we do.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in Arizona, where we've got fewer unemployment applications coming in. So you may have an essential role that you need filled, right? Maybe somebody just took off and you got to have that. A survey like this tells you that finding your ideal candidate could be as easy as just identifying them and then poaching them from your competitor. You don't have to look for somebody who's on LinkedIn or Indeed or whatever. The right candidate may already be working. In fact, they probably are. And there's a 50-50 chance that they're ready to bail and join your team. Right?
Interesting.
So just give that some thought. There could be opportunity to scoot out of town, is what I'm saying, or at least to make yourself available to the person that wants to scoot out of town. Okay. Anything else, Joe?
I would just say, if you're getting rid of old employees and bringing in new ones, oftentimes those new ones coming in are cheaper, which again, to the budgeteer, they love that. There's savings going on there.
Yeah. But they're cheaper because they're Gen Z and they want to leave.
And no,
you're a situation
not
ship.
necessarily. Maybe they're cheaper because they've been sitting on the sidelines for
Then
a
I don't
year
want
or two.
them.
They couldn't find a gig.
I don't want them.
Maybe they're cheaper.
Why didn't
because-
anybody else want to hire them?
Maybe they really wanted to work for you. Maybe they love your company. Maybe they were waiting to come in there.
Nah, I'm not buying that one.
Why not?
Because it's like, I just got divorced. I can't wait to get together with this guy that hasn't been in a relationship in a long time because I think he's been waiting for me.
Yeah.
Well, that's weird.
I think the company might say, a little bit of churn, not so bad.
I agree
with
with
that.
that.
Save some money in the process.
Yeah, they could. I'll meet you halfway on that one.
There you go.
All right. Hey, suppose you're one of the near 50% of people who do want a new job, and imagine you are fortunate enough to land that next gig. Now, you got to break it to your boss. If only you didn't have to. How to quit without quitting is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, the biggest purchase you're probably ever going to make is, it's your home. And yet, when it is time to make that big purchase, usually that's because there's something else. There's a different catalyst. It could be a new job, could be you're getting married, could be you're getting divorced, could be you've got new kids, or your kids are going up to school. Whatever the reason that you're moving, you're ready to upgrade or downsize, relocate, you got to be ready to go. Which is why you have to have Orchard on your team. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you work with a local Orchard agent. What they're going to do, give you cash for your house up front so that you can act fast. Get that place with the extra bedroom or the cute little ranch that doesn't have so many stairs, maybe the condo that has fewer bedrooms. You move on your time in the home you want, and you do it fast. Now, what about the home you're getting out of? See, your local Orchard agent is going to work their magic at that point. They're going to get the most for your current home, and when they sell your place for more than they fronted you, you get another check. Just like you should. So don't let an iBuyer take all the profit from the home that you're in. Get cash up front and get the most for your house with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their support for Phoenix Children's. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming up in August, and over their 16-year association with Give-a-thon, your Valley Hyundai dealers have donated more than $1 million to Phoenix Children's. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their tradition of giving to Phoenix Children's.
Getting ready to take on your lawn? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, right now Steel has the battery tools to get you moving. Shop in store or online at steeldealers.com.
When life brings challenges, knowing where to turn is essential. At Revival Psychiatry, we're committed to providing more than just mental health care. We're dedicated to restoring hope, dignity, and quality of life. We offer personalized diagnoses, medication management, therapy, and non-invasive ketamine treatments. Offering telehealth and in-person options, and we accept most most insurance plans. We are Revival Psychiatry, and we are here to support you. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Imagine growing up in a home where Dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make Dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
KTAR News now.
At 2:32, good afternoon, I'm Bill O'Neill. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has wrapped up his interview of Jeffrey Epstein's former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Emerging from a second day of talks between his client and the Deputy Attorney General, Ghislaine Maxwell's defense lawyer said the convicted sex trafficker didn't hold anything back.
She was asked maybe about 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody.
David Marcus said while there's been no request for clemency on his client's part and no promises made.
Of course, everybody knows Miss Maxwell would welcome any relief.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari says she won't stop asking questions.
It is a massive issue for our country, both domestically and in terms of our national security, in terms of how we're treating human beings, irregardless of their immigration status. So
that after the Arizona Democrat claims plans for speaking with 3 detainees were suddenly declined less than 24 hours before she was scheduled to visit the Eloy Detention Center. The Congresswoman says she has asked the White House for details on conditions there, but has yet to hear back. She is hoping to schedule another visit to the facility by the end of next month. The aging workforce and declining birth rates causing some worries for one Arizona politician. Congressman David Schweiker tells the Mike Broomhead Show one of the biggest factors to the declining workforce.
It's demographics. We got older. We have
double the number of 65 and up than we had 20 years ago, but the same number of 18-year-olds.
He says the only way to reach a solution on Social Security is to work in a bipartisan effort with voters. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego bringing housing affordability into focus in the Senate.
Senator Gallego introduced multiple bills aimed at easing federal restrictions around housing development. One focuses on manufactured housing design standards, while the other seeks to streamline housing rules for rural developments. Gallego has also introduced other housing legislation this year, including bills on vouchers and multifamily loans. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Read On Arizona, introducing the Arizona Literacy Plan 2030, a step-by-step strategy to raise literacy levels for Arizona third graders. Terry Clark with Read On Arizona says this matches the goal of the Arizona Progress Meter.
Progress Meter is a goal. It doesn't have the how to get to that goal, and that's really what we as partners really said is they needed to have some implementation strategies of how we are going to get to that 72%.
Ideas to implement include more teacher training and increase in quality early learning accessibility as well. Let's get to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now and check on those roads this afternoon with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. 51 southbound is slow right now due to an earlier wreck. This happened on the 51 southbound at I-10 earlier, so you guessed it, the mini stack is one of the slowest places in the Valley right now. So is the split. We've also got a crash on westbound 60 at Higley. That one's still in the center lane. And reports of a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of the 202 southbound near Lower Buckeye Road. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunny and 108 this afternoon. Clear tonight down to 83. We'll see more sunshine tomorrow with a high of 107 degrees. Bright and sunny out there right now, 104 in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Will President Trump get anywhere insisting that sports teams change their names back to names many people thought were offensive? LaDonna Harvey and I will ask political analyst and sports fan Chuck Todd on the next Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online. And on the KTAR News app.
Mm-hmm.
And did you know that we're also on YouTube, where you can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've been talking about our, is this right, Joe? Are they doing a war room tonight on Outspoken?
I don't believe so, but that was our designated
read for today? Oh, no, it says tune into the war room on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll find out from the boys what Outspoken has got going on a little bit later on the show. All right. Here's what we have. 1 out of every 2 people in Merca right now looking to jump ship on their job.
Looking to bail.
Unemployment is low.
Yeah,
Uncertainty
like
in the market. Seems like a strange time to be looking for a new job, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they're doing it because they're worried about all that uncertainty and they want to find an employer that is, they feel got some more stability. Maybe they're recession-proof, for instance.
Okay.
Right? Well, could be.
Mm-hmm.
So suppose that you are that person and you're able to land that job. Whew! Found that gig with the company that I know is going to be secure, and I got a raise, and everything is coming up roses for me.
Woo!
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 All right, cool. Hey, we'd like to offer you the job.
Woo.
Here's your job offer.
Nice.
And
where do I sign?
You already signed it.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Yep.
When can you start?
Tomorrow.
Okay. Good. What are you going to do with your current employee? You're just going to ghost him?
Yeah.
You're just taking off?
No. I wouldn't do that ever. I would have to put in my 2 weeks. And
she's been here 17 years. You're just going to be like, see you guys. Here's my 2 weeks. Bye.
Yeah.
Not me.
No?
I'd hire somebody to quit for me.
That's not a thing.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
They're doing it in Japan.
Okay.
Let me tell you what I know about the Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible toilets, and they know how to quit. They hire somebody else.
Uh-huh.
Bidets and quitting. That's what Japan does right.
Okay.
Those 2 things.
One of those things, perhaps they more known for that than the other, maybe?
Bidets?
Or quitting.
So here's what they have going on right now. They have a resignation company.
What?
Momuri.
This is a thing?
Momuri is a company that, Momuri translated means I can't take it anymore. It's a niche but increasingly popular industry that offers proxy quitters in Japan.
I'm a Mori you most days.
So if you struggle to cut ties with your boss, they will quit for you. It only costs you $350.
Not bad.
Not only that, you could probably work it into your next contract with your new employer. So you go, I'm going to start on this day, but I need you to hire Momori to quit for me.
Wait.
Wouldn't that be great?
That'd be really weird.
I'd love it.
So you work it into your contract.
Sure, why not?
Why wouldn't you just not work it into your contract and just get the extra?
Because I want the new place to pay it.
Oh,
right?
I see what you're
I
saying.
don't want to pull that out of my pocket.
Uh-huh.
So imagine you're going to work for another radio station, and the new radio station wants to stick it to the old radio station. They would be happy to pay $350 to send somebody to tell them that their best employee just quit.
Would that be? Man, my head's really spinning.
I know,
here.
right?
Would it be worse to ghost or to have someone else quit for you? Imagine
ghosting is worse.
Imagine you're the manager.
Yeah.
And you get somebody to call up. Hey, Chris isn't going to be in anymore. He quit.
Yeah.
Well, where's Chris? Oh, he hired us to quit for him.
Yeah.
If I'm the manager on the other end of the
you're
line,
livid.
yeah.
But what if I just don't show up?
I almost think I would respect that more.
No.
So I'd rather hear from somebody else that you quit. Talk about the weasel way out.
No, that would be like if your spouse goes missing versus your spouse is in a car accident. I would rather my spouse be in a car accident than go missing.
No, I would rather not know.
No. Oh, because you want to keep hope alive?
No.
No, you don't. No.
I'm saying maybe you got.
If she's in a car accident, I know what happened.
Maybe you got long COVID. Maybe you could come back.
If my spouse goes missing, I'm like, was she kidnapped? Did she leave me?
Yeah.
Is she being tortured?
I would like that much more if it was you.
Unbelievable.
Is Chris being tortured right now?
I don't know why you're being so mean to me today. I've been nothing but nice to you.
On the air.
I feel like hiring somebody to quit for you is kind of the adult version of asking a friend to break up with a boyfriend or girlfriend.
Definitely.
Which happened to me in 7th grade.
Yeah, give me the uncertainty. I don't want
the
car accident death. No.
No, I don't want.
No, if my option is uncertainty or death, I'll take.
You know, this is not picking up in the United States. And I don't know enough enough about Japanese culture, but if it were to happen in the United States, wouldn't we say that it is straight up because we've got stunted emotional development?
One more time?
We have stunted emotional development.
Here in the US.
Why wouldn't you just quit yourself? Why am I paying somebody $350 for me to... I should just sack up and go tell somebody I found something else.
Yeah, you didn't learn those social skills, or you're afraid of doing it. You're afraid of...
That's cowardice.
But, if you already have the other job lined up, what are you afraid of? That somebody's going to yell at you? What do you care? You're not going to be there.
That's what I'm saying. I think that shows a lack of emotional development, a lack of emotional maturity.
Clearly, this just shows that the Japanese are wusses.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know why you got to go down that road.
I have to go down that road.
I don't know why you have to be like that.
I have to be like that.
I don't know why it has turned into a race thing with you all the time.
They are wussy.
Everything just turns into race.
I just
don't understand why you do that.
Thing, not a race
I don't know why you do that. That just feels very icky.
It's not.
Whether you're
not China or...
Wow. Okay. You're not making it better for yourself.
I am making it better.
Can't wait for this video to end up on our socials. This is going to be great.
Those wussy Japanese.
Wow. Whether you're worried about the economy and what it's going to look like in 6 months, or your wages haven't been keeping up, or you're just cheap, you're picking up some savvy shopping habits. And just what are those habits, and how much are you saving? That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, as we talk about that uncertainty in 2025, thank you, Joe. Appreciate you.
Your pen. Continue on.
I appreciate that. As we talk about uncertainty in 2025, many of you are thinking, sure, the economy is uncertain, but my job is stable and I still want to get into a home. It's just so hard to afford it. What about an affordable Clayton-built home? Designed with you in mind, featuring premium finishes, Arizona energy-efficient upgrades and floor plans that fit your lifestyle. Now, I went to the factory for Clayton Homes West Valley, and it's an incredible operation. You're talking about a streamlined operation that keeps costs low, but still uses some of the great high-end fixtures that you find in some of the pricier homes around the valley. With Clayton Homes and Oakwood Homes, through August 31st, you can take advantage of their massive Sign and Save sales event. Save up to $5,000 instantly on your new home. That's $2,500 off a single section or $5,000 off a multi-section home. Terms and conditions for the Sign and Save sales event at manufacturedhomeoffers.com. Available only at participating retailers through August 31st. Amount of savings may be limited. Ask for details. May not be available with certain financing. Lender restrictions apply. Whether you're buying your first home or you're upgrading from your current one, it's the teams at Clayton Homes and Oakwood Homes ready to help you start your home buying journey. Stop by and tour their fully furnished models or visit manufacturedhomeoffers.com to browse limited time deals.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:46, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. Lori Vallow Daybell sentenced to life in prison today on 2 murder conspiracy convictions in Arizona, marking an end to a winding legal saga for the mother with doomsday religious beliefs. Vallow Daybell, already serving life sentences in Idaho and the killings of her 2 youngest children and a romantic rival, was convicted at separate trials this spring in Phoenix of conspiring to murder her estranged husband Charles Vallow and her niece's ex-husband Brandon Boudreau. Today is World Drowning Prevention Day. Tomorrow, families can get free life jackets and see CPR demonstrations at Sunsplash Water Park in Mesa. It's part of the SRP's Summer Safety Splash event. Families can also get information on free or low-cost swim lessons. Buy one, get one free. Tickets are available. Go to srp.net/offers for more details. All of our top stories coming up at 3 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And right now, under sunny skies, we are at 104 degrees in Gilbert. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sunshield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Feel the thrill of true luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Command the road in the 2025 Genesis G70 3.3T Sport Advanced. Unleash a breathtaking 375 horsepower while saving with low APR financing during the Genesis Signature event. Or experience the athletic refinement of a top-rated luxury sport SUV. The 2026 GV70 2.5T Select is available for a limited time with money-saving finance deals. If you need more space, choose the 2025 GV80 2.5T Select and find elegance for every adventure. Act now and you may claim terrific lease deals or low APR financing with qualified credit. Every Genesis is backed with an exceptional 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Take advantage of these low APR and leasing deals while they last. Schedule your exclusive test drive today at genesisofscottsdale.com. Genesis of Scottsdale, where luxury meets innovation.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance to very well qualified buyers on select models. Down payment will vary depending on APR. Bonus cash must be applied as a down payment. Must take delivery from dealer stock by 7/31/25. See Genesis of Scottsdale dealer for details.
President Trump goes to Europe and talks trade. How many trade deals will they make? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. And on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for everybody that's checking us out on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Joe has a nice leisurely Friday jacket on today, which I like this one.
Yeah? How do you feel about the white shirt? I don't feel great.
Not crazy about it.
I know.
This is your lure jacket, though, isn't it?
Lure?
Yeah, this is the one that looks like it's a fishing lure. Yeah, if we threw you in as bait, we'd get a bite out of that jacket.
Okay.
Shiny.
I don't believe you've described it as lure before.
Yeah. It's good.
Okay.
I like it.
Don't a lot of my jackets kind of stand out?
Well, this one isn't as loud as the others.
Okay.
So I like that.
So this one's shiny but not loud.
It's not too bad.
Okay.
It feels like a good Friday jacket to me. If you're seeing on YouTube, you can see what Joe's jacket looks like. We've talked about one out of every two employees right now is looking to jump ship, find a new job in 2026, between now and June of 2026.
Mm-hmm. And if you're too wussy to do it yourself, there's a Japanese company, they'll do it for you.
I thought you said the Japanese were the wussies.
Well, it's a Japanese company.
Unbelievable. You just, you got to be like that.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you do that.
Yeah.
So what are we doing then to save some money? If we're actually worried about our job, we're worried about our wages, and that's why a lot of people are leaving. They go, I'm not getting paid enough.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're worried about whether or not your job is going to be there in the next few months because there's uncertainty. You mentioned this in our 215, our Why segment today. You mentioned uncertainty. Q4, Q1, is my job going to be there? I got to find something that is going to have a good job for me, right? So what can we do in the meantime? I was just talking with Left Lane Larson. She said that she's already begun donating plasma.
Oh.
Because she's not sure what's going to happen in the next 6 months. She said she's donating plasma now, and then she's banking that money for the future.
That's smart.
Yeah.
So you could get a second job.
Plasma
donation,
yeah.
Yes. You could also cut cost.
Okay. Any ideas?
Tons of ideas. You could shop for store brands as opposed to the big name brands.
I do this all the time. Are you a name brand guy? No, you're not.
Look like a name brand
I
guy?
know, but you do have name brand shoes. I see you wear name brand shoes.
What are not name brand shoes?
Oh, I'm sure you can find some cheap crap somewhere.
Hold on.
Dollar General shoes.
I am challenging you to find a non-name brand shoe.
Well, it would be a name brand, but it wouldn't be a good name brand.
Oh.
There's probably Kirkland shoes.
I don't know, man. They sell Skechers and things there. I don't know.
Does Kirkland?
I might have you on this one.
Shoes. I'm gonna. Yes, Kirkland makes shoes. Kirkland signature shoes.
Okay.
Produced under the Kirkland brand, owned by Costco.
Okay, but I
Smarty,
also like to
smarty
run.
butt.
I don't think I can. I got you there. There's not a lot of off-branded shoes. Yeah, so you could coupon. You could cut coupons.
Do you coupon?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Oh, I hate couponing.
Dude, I even have an app that
I can't stand the app.
No, not just the app for the grocery store. I take it to the next level.
You just found my nerve.
There is an app out there that has a bunch of products, and it works like rebates.
Yeah, is this the cat? No, what is it?
Mine is called Ibotta.
Yeah. Does Rakuten do that too? Is that another one?
I don't know what that does.
I think that does the same thing.
So I go and buy the stuff that I want. Like the other day, I saw that Ibotta had one for cheese, for some $4 cheese.
Yeah.
So I got the cheese for $4.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to use the cheese, and they gave me $4.44 back in Ibotta. So then I can use that on Amazon. I can go to Barnes & Noble.
So would you have to like scan the receipt or something? Or how do you do it?
Yeah.
They just scan the code at the bottom of the receipt, or you just scan the whole thing?
You scan the whole receipt.
And it just does an optical character recognition, and then it just does it for you.
Yes, it does.
I'm going to have to get that.
I have saved
That sounds good.
thousands of dollars.
Really?
I've used it for years, but yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, now you're going to write it down.
Ibotta?
IBOTTA.
Not IBOUGHT.
No,
okay. IBOTTA.
Yeah, and let me refer you, because then I get more.
And then do they sell all my information to somebody else too? Do you get a bunch of spam email or anything?
No.
No?
But let me refer you.
Okay.
I'll get more.
All right, we'll do this.
Okay.
I like where you're going
Beautiful.
with this. I have nothing else to say.
Yeah,
You got me really sidetracked on this.
You poo-pooed it. You hated it, and then you decided you liked it.
We're short on time. Point of the story, more people are buying store brands. They're worried about the future. Even people who have wealth have decided, forget it, I'm not getting Tide, I'm getting Kirkland. You know, I'm not getting whatever it is. I'm getting Kirkland instead. I'm not buying the Shamrock milk. I'm buying the Safeway milk.
Yeah, I'm not buying those Nikes. I'm getting those Kirkland shoes.
You know what drives me nuts is those store apps that don't work when I go to the store and they say, scan this coupon, and it goes, not found. I'm telling you, every time I go to Safeway, I'm about to go ballistic. Safeway, I might start throwing cartons of milk if this app doesn't start working better.
And that's why I'm a fries guy.
Every year, we have far too many stories about children who die because their parents weren't paying attention during the Arizona summer. Fortunately for one child, somebody was paying attention when that kid's dad left him in the car. Why he abandoned them, and make sure this is going to make you shake your head and then wonder what's wrong with parents these days. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Put Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead in your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now is the perfect time to buy a new Ford, and Peoria Ford is the perfect place to get it. The boss over there, Pat Hickey, has amazing summer deals. How about the 3 zeros? 0% APR available, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. Go to PeoriaFord.com, get all the details, and then stop by. Peoria Ford, just west of the 101 on Bell Road. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, you pay too much.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
It's Gatos, and you have bad windows. Those bad windows are letting the heat come into your house. Call my friends at Advanced Window Products. 39 years of business. That's right. They've been open since 1986. I did the math myself. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company, and they're selling directly to you, the public. Sales and installation, all in-house. No middleman markups. They build it, they install it, and they guarantee it for life. And a fantastic summer special. You must mention Gatos. I'll tell you about it. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Limited time, so get in on this. 480-764-2002. Summer special. Buy 10 windows or more. Get $2,500 off. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less, you've got new windows. AdvancedWindows.com. That's AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. The so-called doomsday mother, Lori Daybell, who was convicted of killing her children and fifth husband's wife in Idaho, has now been sentenced in Arizona for 2 more life terms for conspiracy to commit murder in this state.
Before the Arizona judge gave Lori Daybell 2 more life sentences on top of the life terms she already has in Idaho, she told the judge all of the victims that she's been convicted of killing in both states are happy and enjoying the afterlife.
Heaven is a very busy and happy place, where everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do.
The judge saying she will never get out of prison.
It will take an act of God for you to go free.
Alex Stone, EBC News.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton denied entry into the Eloy detention facility to check on a Peoria businesswoman. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the News Center now with the details.
The Democrat says federal law allows members of Congress to conduct oversight at detention facilities without advance notice.
Her family asked me to go to Eloy to confirm her location, check on her well-being, and inspect the conditions of her detention.
Kelly Yu was detained on May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
More than $6 billion that had been withheld by the U.S. Department of Education has now been fully released. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer is live with how that money will be distributed.
The funding was supposed to go out to schools, educational programs, and after-school organizations like the Boys and Girls Club at the beginning of the month. The Education Department announced the money passed approval today and will now be released to recipients. The funding goes towards adult literacy, English language programs, and schools, and was withheld by the Trump administration while the Office of Management and Budget reviewed it. Arizona will receive $118 million of that federal funding. Arizona State Schools Chief Tom Horn says the review was making sure the funding wasn't being used for, quote, ideological purposes. He says the money will be distributed as soon as possible. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
There is a newly enacted visa integrity fee that will apply to millions of foreign visitors. However, the fee applies to non-immigrant visas. Danny Seiden, the president of the Arizona Chamber of Commerce and Industry, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain some details on this new fee.
All travel tourists, all business tourists, all categories of visas would have to pay this, and supposedly you can get some refund of it.
Seiden adds this will specifically impact Arizona because the state has nearly 21 million annual visitors. A Georgia grandmother being praised for her quick action after she helped detain an unruly passenger on board a Delta Airlines flight to Arizona who she says was trying to storm the cockpit.
The Army vet and grandmother to 7 grandchildren says her military training was crucial in de-escalating the incident.
I knew that I had to take care of myself at the end of the day.
The flight was rerouted back to Atlanta before redeparting for Tucson. The FAA confirming the woman was suffering from a medical emergency.
That's ABC's Mola Lengi reporting. And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's July 25th, and back on this day in 1978, the world's first test tube baby was born. The first baby to be conceived via in vitro fertilization, or better known as IVF, was born at Oldham District General Hospital in Manchester, England, to parents Leslie and Peter Brown. The healthy baby was delivered shortly before midnight by cesarean section and weighed in at 5 pounds 12 ounces. Louise was her name, and she was considered to be a miracle baby after her mom Leslie suffered years of infertility. Her IVF doctors had begun their collaboration a decade earlier, and once the media learned of the pregnancy, the Browns faced intense public scrutiny. Louise's birth made headlines around the world and raised various legal and ethical questions. And today, IVF is considered a mainstream medical treatment for infertility, with hundreds and thousands of children around the world now conceived through the procedure. And it all started back on this day when the first IVF baby was born in 1978.
And to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. Nobody probably busier right now than the Mesa Fire Department. I'm looking at the 60 westbound at Sossaman. There's a vehicle fire there, and again, that's the 60 westbound at Sossaman near the Loop 202 northbound. There's also an exit ramp blocked on the 60 westbound near Mesa Drive. At a crash still in the left lanes of the 60 westbound near Higley. This whole area is just a little bit slow. And then if we go to the 202, we've got a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp on I-10 westbound near the 202 HOV southbound lanes. So a lot going on with traffic already this afternoon. We'll check back in about 15 minutes to see what else is going on. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunshine 106 right now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
I'm uncomfortable with this one. I don't like this. I don't like this.
I was uncomfortable the way you pitched this yesterday.
This is just bad parenting.
I was very afraid of.
I'm a bad parent.
What you were talking about.
So, police arrested a man that was accused of leaving his child unattended in a vehicle at a gas station in, I always say this wrong. Is it Marana? Is that how you say it?
Marana.
Okay. After video of the incident circulated on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not a lot more details out than that, other than apparently he runs inside the convenience store, pulls a quick beer run.
It's a B-double-E-double-R-U-N.
He paid for it.
The kid was on the inside of the car, though, but he left the car running.
Yeah, presumably air conditioning's on.
What's the problem?
Honestly?
I'm not allowed to go on a B-double-E-double-R-U-N with my kid in the car?
Honestly, if it was quick, I don't have a problem with it. Am I a bad person?
No. You're an old person.
I'm old?
Yes. Yeah. And it's funny because I was asking around today about this.
Yeah.
And of course, I talked with John Roller, whose parents were absentees, right? They weren't even there. His dad used to take him to the racetrack. He tells the story all the time. His dad used to take him to the racetrack, and then he would leave him in the car while he went in and bet on the ponies.
Yeah, but he wouldn't leave the car running.
No. He'd crack a window, is what my father used to say.
Uh-huh.
So my dad used to leave the dog in the car all the time. And he's like, crack a window for the dog. Now, again, that was northern Michigan. A little bit different situation, but I can tell you, it still got hot in the car, all right, in the summertime.
I've seen dogs in the valley that are left in the car that I get
break a window for
I
that.
get a little uncomfortable with.
And now, we passed a law, so you're allowed to break a window to rescue a child or a pet.
You have to be on the phone with 911, and then, yes, you can.
Yeah, well, I can still do it.
Yep.
Break the window to help that puppers out.
Yep.
I would do it.
Yep.
However, if the car's running, a little bit different story, isn't it?
I think so. Are you endangering your kid? Because is there a way to make sure no one else can get in the car?
So my car's a little newer, and I can have the engine running. The last car I had, it was a model 2015, same thing. I could do a remote start, right?
I could so you would have to get out and then remote start it with your kid still in there.
Well, I could, my car will beep at me, actually, I think, if I get out of the car with the key in my pocket. It's a little confusing.
Yeah.
But here's what I do know. There have been circumstances of parents doing this. In fact, there was a father whose child died in a hot car death, and we hear too many of these every year.
We
in the
talked
valley,
about
right?
this guy.
Yes, exactly. Just to refresh your memory, also in Marana, father accused of leaving his 2-year-old daughter in a hot car led to her death. He left her in the driveway, went inside to play video games, but the car was running, but then the car shut off.
Yeah, this was a little different because Dad had done this multiple times.
Yes, and Mom said, "Don't do that. Quit doing that." But he wanted to play his video games. He said, "I didn't want to wake her up."
Yeah, this one, I understand why he was charged with first-degree murder.
Okay. In the case of this other gentleman who left the kid in the car, ran inside to the convenience store to grab a case of beer, comes back out, and they arrested him for leaving the child unattended. This is the difference between generations. And this is, as generations get older and we adapt laws, this is what happens. When I was young, just a wee lad, and this would have been back... Joe, in the 1900s.
Oh.
I don't know if you recall.
I do. I was a wee lad for some of that, too.
Back in the 1900s, it was not uncommon. But I would also say that we lived in a different time. It's not that child abductions were less likely. They were about the same amount of likelihood as they are today. We didn't have fear permeating constantly like we do today. Because if a child was abducted in Louisiana, for instance, right? We never heard about it.
No.
Today, we can have a child abducted in Hawaii and we get a turquoise alert.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened this week. Our first turquoise alert came out as a non-custodial parent took her daughter and then came here. They ended up getting her. She was at a women's shelter, northern Arizona.
Authorities had information that they believed she landed at Sky Harbor. And,
and they got her.
Yeah.
So, but my point is that back in the day, unless somebody was abducted in your neighborhood and you heard an alert on the radio, it wasn't something that was out there all the time. We just didn't have we didn't have the kind of exposure to these heinous crimes that we do today. And so I think ignorance was bliss to a degree. And we didn't assume that if the kid is in the car, someone's going to kidnap them. Today, if that kid is in the car, someone's going to kidnap the kid.
So you think...
That's what we think anyway.
You think the fear now is kidnapping, not that the kid's going to die in the car.
If the car's sitting there running, however, I would say from a police standpoint.
But again, that one guy, car shut off.
And this is where, but remember, the police arrested this dude at the convenience store in Marana. So we got two different stories, both out of the same city. To be clear, one happened, last fall? Is that what it was? The one where the kid died?
I think that was a couple of years ago.
Was it that long ago? No, because we talked about it, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's been an ongoing case. It was
posted March of 25, so it wasn't even that long ago.
Okay.
So anyway, the dude, that was a plea deal. It was an update to what happened.
Yep.
So anyway, the dude whose daughter died, the car shut off.
Yeah.
The dude who just got arrested, the cops pulled up and he came out of the convenience store. The car was still running and he had a case of beer on him. Does it make a difference that it was a case of beer? If he had come out of that convenience store with baby formula, would we even be having this conversation?
Oh.
Is he being targeted, and because it's alcohol, we can go, can you believe what a terrible guy he was? He left his kid in a car while he went to get beer.
Well, if that's the case, doesn't he have an out there, though? Saying, if I went and grabbed something else, you're targeting me because I grabbed alcohol.
Yeah, well, and we don't know the guy, and maybe we're just compounding the story and changing the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
But from a police standpoint, that car could have shut off.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way that I told you that I can have my car run remotely, it also shuts off after 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
This is conserve energy, whatever it is. It's like, obviously, you're not using this, so whatever. So I think a lot of those auto starts have an auto shut off as well. So if you leave your kid out there, that's a problem.
But doesn't it matter that it didn't shut off? And he
Yeah,
was
I
running
think it
into the
does.
convenience store?
I think it does.
It's different if you're in your driveway
Yeah.
and the car is running and you're at the convenience store. Who's running into the convenience store for more than 15 minutes?
So the person associated with the vehicle and the child was arrested. The person was arrested for leaving an unattended child in a motor vehicle, according to the police department in the Marana Police Department Facebook post. So they posted this on Facebook. The comments on that post are very interesting because they are totally split. Some, thank you for saving this child's life, and others, here's one from Ashley. So wait, the car was running, the AC was on, and the man could see his child the whole time? I didn't see the video, but Chris Merrill. Imagine running for office and trying.
That was cool.
I like that. So this person says, I didn't see the video, but I'm just reading the comments, and it doesn't sound like the child was actually in danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another one, this is all crazy. The AC was on. He could see the kid from inside the store. Everyone in this world has gone soft. People just like getting in other people's business for attention on social media. And other people, no excuses.
So what do you think ends up happening to Dad? The dad who ran into the convenience store.
I don't know. I feel like there has to be more to this story. There's other people on Facebook that are speculating, oh, he tried to hit the woman that was recording it. Somebody else says this, blah, blah, blah. I feel like there has to be more to the story.
On face value, I think he gets off. I think he gets off with a warning or some kind of probation.
I think it was a plea deal. He would plead guilty to leaving a child unattended, and then it would be like a probation.
Does he do jail time or no?
No, not if this is all we know.
Yeah.
But again, I reserve the we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
Joe loves when I say that.
If this is the second or third time this has happened, and
But
then I think it becomes a different story.
I think we're in a different society, too. I think 2025 is a whole lot different than 1985 in that leaving a child unattended in 1985 was kind of looked at like, all right, don't do it for very long. And in 2025, it's you're not allowed to do it at all. Or else you are a bad parent, and you're gonna do time potentially for being a bad parent. At least you're gonna get a slap on the wrist from the law for being a bad parent, right? Hopefully, you aren't leaving your kids in the car. That's not to say you should be a helicopter parent. That's the one that hovers over your child everywhere they go. And while Joe might lament the kids these days for being soft or needy, it's very good. As those kids grow up, the needy kids are actually turning more toward a style that us old farts are familiar with, authoritarian parenting. How to be a dictator and still raise a well-adjusted child. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
We have locked Bill O'Neill in a soundproof booth, and we demand that he give us the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
If you say so, Joe, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Here's what you need to know right now. A federal judge blocking the Trump administration from ending birthright citizenship for the children of parents who were in the U.S. illegally. It's the third court now ruling that blocks the birthright order nationwide since a key Supreme Court ruling back in June. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego pushing two bipartisan bills to tackle the housing crisis by cutting federal red tape. One of the bills, the Housing Supply Expansion Act, aims to modernize rules on manufactured homes, making it easier to build affordable modular housing. Gallego says the bill would expand options to lower costs for families who are looking to buy. All of our top stories coming up at 3:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. We got a vehicle fire that just was put out on the 60 westbound near Sossaman. Now, this is not a heavy traffic area at the moment. It's not affecting traffic too bad, except for this is on the shoulder and affecting the 2 right lanes so that Mesa Fire can do their job. So when folks are getting on the freeway here, you need to try and get over to the left, and that's really the only problem that this is causing right now. And we've got an exit ramp blocked on the 60 westbound near Mesa Drive. Also, a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp of the 10 westbound near the Loop 202. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
107 and sunny right now. It's Surprise. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Happy Friday, and it's not just a notion anymore. Research shows smartphones and social media are dangerous for kids under 13. That's right, dangerous. Join us for that discussion coming up at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. We're going to tell you how long you're going to live coming up in today's Headline Volley. That is at 3:30, right after Balonial's 3:30 News. So we're looking forward to that coming up here very shortly. Helicopter parenting, you've heard that, right? Where the parents, they hover around the kids.
There was that. There was the Tiger Mom.
What is the Tiger Mom? Is that somebody who's out there clearing the way? There's the bulldozer. Is that the one where they clear the way for the kid? They clear the kid's path to
I think the Tiger
adulthood?
Mom was like really aggressive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tiger Mom was nasty, but it involved kids too. Yeah.
Wall Street Journal has got they're saying goodbye gentle parenting, hello FAFO parenting. This is F around find out. FAFO.
FAFO.
Yeah, which is basically kind of returns us to the way that, I don't know about you, it's kind of how I was raised.
Really?
Yeah.
I as I read through this, I can think of one time I really did fa and my dad foed. That's
very good.
I was in a restaurant and I crawled under the table.
Yeah.
And I was probably, I don't
So
know,
he whooped your butt.
4.
Yeah.
He dragged me outside,
Yeah.
and this like 8-year-old girl leans over to her parents. She's like, "What is that big mean man going to do to that sweet little boy?" My dad props me up outside on this ledge. He's like, "Joseph, you know you're in trouble, right?" I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "You know what I have to do, right?" "Spank me."
Yeah.
He took his hand and could not have been more gentle and sweet and like touched my bottom.
Well,
and I wailed like it was the end of the world.
No.
Brought me back in, and then my mom, I walk up to her. I'm like, "Hello, Mommy. I would like some of those nice waffle chips and some of that juice."
So some of what they're saying is that rather than coddling the children and tell me about your feelings, right? How does this make you feel?
Yeah.
There's this flip side, and that is it's not that you're being too heavy-handed. And I want to be very careful here because some people are like, "Oh, that's abuse."
Some of this I think is
No, it's not.
borderline abuse.
All right, here's an example. All right?
Yeah.
Okay. So suppose that you have a kid who says, you go, okay, well, it might rain. Bring your raincoat. No. Bring your raincoat. No. Okay. And then it rains. And they make the kid walk home in the rain. What's the problem?
No problem.
All right.
What about this
Kid
one?
won't eat their lasagna for dinner. Okay, then you don't get dinner tonight. What's the problem?
None.
Okay.
How about this one?
All right.
In some comments, they say it was easy to spot the FAFO parent of a biter. One person wrote, "I bit mine back."
Yeah, no, I don't.
Your kid
approve.
bites you?
No.
You can bite your kid?
No.
That one you agree is too far.
Yeah, that's too far.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
you can't break skin.
Yeah,
No.
well, this parent says she never did it again.
Joe and I had an argument about this one. Leave your toy on the floor again. You've been warned. Do it again, and it's going to be in the trash.
Okay, not abuse, but that's pretty harsh, man.
No, I tell you what, Pops did that.
Did they get it out or your toy?
No, I lost my toys.
Yeah, that stinks.
Yeah, it stinks. And you know what I did?
Cried.
Cleaned up my crap is what I did.
Man, threw out your toy.
Yeah. Well, they bought the toy.
Why couldn't they have just kept it
It's the
for a
worst when they
week
throw something
and
from
then
Santa.
surprised you with it and said, "Hey, we love you."
Because what
Don't
would
do
I
it
really
again."
learn?
You would have learned not to do it again.
No, I wouldn't have. I would have been like, oh, they're bluffing.
Oh,
see, that's the problem. And I think this is where you run into some issues as a parent. And this is where I tell you I'm a terrible parent. Because I was...
You
I
go
was,
too far?
Yeah. Yeah, I was too soft in some ways, and I was too harsh in other ways. But one thing I know is you can't bluff kids. Because if you start bluffing with kids, they start to pick up on it. They start to figure out how to manipulate you, right?
Yeah.
So if you say, I'm going to throw that toy away, but then you don't, you're bluffing. So what happens the next time that you say, if you get a bad grade, you're going to be grounded? Okay, sure I am. How much are you really going to ground me?
I like to subscribe to the 3 strikes and you're out rule. Or maybe not even 3, but at least a couple. Not just first strike and toy gone. Why can't it be, hey, first...
No, you get warnings.
Well, to me, the warning is like what I described to you of, hey, your toy's gone. And then a week later, you give it back.
No. The warning is, you pick that up or I'm going to throw it away. If you don't pick up your toys, they're going in the trash. Now, I got to tell you, I got ample warning before Pops made a point of it one time.
Okay.
It wasn't.
So at least
this was not new.
Okay.
Right. This wasn't like I'm playing with my Lincoln Logs and the next day they're gone.
So what would you do if you're the parent who goes to the grocery store and the kid throws a crazy tantrum every time and demands a toy or demands something, the
worst part,
if they don't get it, you know that the tantrum is coming.
First of all, two things.
Do you buy them the toy?
No.
Do you get them the thing?
Never.
What do you do?
2 things on that.
Yeah.
First of all, you go into the store and you prep them.
You should leave them in the car.
Right, back to our first segment. Just leave them in the car.
Keep it running.
Daddy will be back with a case of beer.
Keep it running. To be clear, I'm not one of those parents.
So, first of all, I used to prep my kids.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. And then I would bribe them.
Okay,
so
what does this look like? How do you prep them and how do you bribe them?
So the Safeway that was near us used to give away, they would have cookies in the bakery.
Oh.
So when my kids were little, and I was a stepdad, remember. So I came in and I think the youngest was 3, 4, and 6 at the time.
Okay.
So I would prep them. And I go, okay, what are we going to do? They're like, we're going to be good. Are we going to ask for anything? No. And then I had them walking single file lines. I mean, it was like they were proud to be marching through the store, single file, right? Because I go, and if we do, we can go get a cookie.
Okay.
Right? Because Safeway would give away cookies to the kids.
So you are kind of giving them something if they're good.
Yes, but
you're incentivizing good behavior.
Absolutely. I'm rewarding. It's positive reinforcement.
So is that the
for
same?
Positive behavior. But wait a minute. What if they didn't?
Well,
because I did run into those times.
Can I ask you a question real quick, though?
Okay, I wanted to answer your question, but that's fine. Go ahead. Unbelievable.
No, don't unbelievable me. It's part of the process here.
Go ahead.
We're having a conversation. I love this. So what if they said, is it okay to tell them, hey, if you're good, I will get you the toy? Is it okay to do that? Because you're basically the toy, the cookie, it's interchangeable, isn't it?
No. So what I would do is if they ask for a toy, I'd be like, I told you we're not asking for toys. And it was like, but am I going to lose my cookie? And I might give them a certain, this is your warning kind of thing, right?
And then you take the cookie.
And then I would do something I've done with other people in my life. And I would say, you know what? Write it down. So you remember it the next time we come to the store. So that you can ask me for the toy before we get into the store. Right? Okay. Write it down so you remember it. That's what I would tell them.
Yeah, write it down. That's
write it down.
Terrible advice.
I know it is.
Oh, my goodness.
You've never heard that before, have you?
The worst.
But then what happens when they do start misbehaving in the store?
Club them.
Well, I would get my refrigerated goods last,
and
freezer goods last.
Tell me you didn't put them in the fridge.
Yeah, and then I would put the children in the freezer and leave.
I don't know how far you would go.
I left the cart and I'd leave the store, but I didn't want to leave. I didn't want food to spoil with the kids.
I just don't know.
But I don't want milk to spoil while it's sitting in a cart, right? So I would get the dry goods first.
Yeah,
and then. To limit the amount of time that they could misbehave, and I'd have to just leave the cart behind. But if they started misbehaving, it was like, I'm out of here. This stock boy's going to have to take care of my cart.
Wow. How many times did you have to do that?
Just a couple. I got 3 kids. My daughter, of course, never misbehaved. Yes. Less than, maybe.
But you had to do it.
Yeah.
How did you feel those times when you had to leave and you left a cart of stuff?
I hate that.
Yeah.
Because I'm an OCD person, so I hate that.
I'm sure you felt bad, probably embarrassed that your kids threw a fit.
Yes.
Probably 2, you feel bad for the person who has to put all that stuff back.
Yes, I do.
And probably 3, ashamed that I know you felt like you were a bad parent too.
Still do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I was not going to let other people see I was a bad parent. So I'd take the kids out so that I could just be a bad parent in private.
Interesting.
What I don't like is when parents let their kids scream in the store.
No.
I cannot stand that.
No.
I don't like screaming kids.
It's tough being a parent, man.
Amen, brother. I'm bad at it. Hey, remember in school when you had you had to read a short story? It was called The Measure, in which everybody got a string that determined how long they would live. You were supposed to decide if you would want to know when your demise is near. Thanks to science, those strings are nearly a reality, and you can find out when the end is coming next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, my good feet story started with heel pain, plantar fasciitis after my second marathon. I'd worn custom orthotics from my podiatrist for years. I was tired of the yearly trips to get rescanned and wait for the inserts. One time, I had to wait months for the inserts to come in. Can you believe that, Chris? Months.
Unbelievable.
Oh, it's the worst. Oh, they'd get made, finally show up at the doctor's office. I didn't want to wait. That's where the Good Feet store comes in. I found their personalized arch supports to be more comfortable than my old custom orthotics, and they not only have improved my balance and stability, but they've relieved the leading causes of foot pain. So when I hit the pavement now, my feet feel fantastic. Each day when I wake up, my feet, they've never felt better. Doesn't matter if I've walked 2 miles or ran 20 the night before. Goodfeet.com is where you need to go right now to book your free personalized arch support fitting. Goodfeet.com, or you can walk in to any of the 5 convenient Valley Good Feet stores: Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, Goodyear, Gilbert, and Glendale. Good Feet personalized arch supports, they're engineered to help you live the life you love without pain. For over 30 years, they've had the pleasure of helping thousands of people, just like you and me, discover the comfort that they've been dreaming of. This summer, do the best thing you can do for your feet, wherever it takes you. For your vacation, maybe work, the beach, cabin, a run or a walk after work, or even around the house. Step there in comfort with the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Unfortunately, Hulk Hogan died of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Listen, I grew up with Hulk Hogan. I watched all his matches in the 80s. He just knew how to connect with an audience. He was such a great entertainer. So this weekend, I'm going to watch Hulk Hogan matches, and I'm going to play Ozzy Osbourne. What a crappy week, by the way.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbax.com for tickets.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:33. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Arizona congressman was denied entry into the Eloy detention facility to check on a Peoria businesswoman. Democrat Greg Stanton says federal law allows members of Congress to conduct oversight at detention facilities without advance notice.
Her family asked me to go to Eloy to confirm her location, check on her well-being, and inspect the conditions of her detention.
Kelly Yu was detained May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Lots of questions, very few answers. The word from Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, who is frustrated after she says a planned visit to the Eloy Detention Center was scrapped after plans to visit with 3 detainees were denied less than 24 hours before she was supposed to be there. The Democrat wonders if it's an issue stemming from the fast expansion of ICE.
When you're hiring this quickly and ramping up capacity so quickly, there is not even enough time for adequate training of these, enforcement officials.
Ansari says she is hoping she can schedule another visit by the end of next month. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announcing today that deportation flights by the Department of Homeland Security have now started from the so-called Alligator Alcatraz facility near the Everglades.
This is our chance to finally solve this problem once and for all. Florida's playing the leading role amongst the 50 states, and I don't think there's anyone that's even close to doing what we've done.
DeSantis says they're ready, willing, and able to do their part in the president's plan to tackle immigration issues.
Eyes on Education.
More than $6 billion that had been withheld by the U.S. Department of Education has now been fully released. The funding supposed to go out to schools, educational programs, and after-school organizations at the beginning of the month. The Education Department announcing the full amount of the funding passed approval today will now be released to recipients. The funding goes toward adult literacy, English language programs in schools. Arizona will receive $118 million of that federal funding. The first turquoise alert sent out Wednesday, it was a success. The Arizona Department of Public Safety's Kelsey Comiso says several groups worked together to make it possible, including the Hawaii Police Department and the Hawaii Amber Alert Coordinator. Comiso adds the recovery of 6-year-old Violet Cultus made for an emotional time for everyone involved.
Once we got word that the child was safe, it was just a resounding goosebumps, tears, and we all did it. It was a group effort.
The girl's mom taken into custody, accused of taking her daughter from Hawaii in violation of a court order. Let's get a check on those roads now with Heather Larson. She is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Things slightly better on the 60. Still the place to look out for, though. Lanes are clear on the 60 westbound near Sossaman. The wreck there, it's now on the right shoulder, so that's looking up there. But the exit ramp is still blocked on the 60 westbound near Mesa Drive. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Chevy drives America, and your Valley Chevy Dealers have great offers going on now. Trucks, crossovers, SUVs, and EVs. Stop by Garrett Motors in Coolidge today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunny at 106 in Mesa. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Every day, right after our 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Left Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
It's a simple brain scan in your 40s that can reveal how long you may have to live, depending on how fast your body is aging. Researchers from Duke University have discovered that MRI brain imaging during midlife can accurately determine the pace that someone is aging biologically, helping doctors to predict the onset of several diseases, including Alzheimer's. Joe, if a test could reveal when you would die, would you take it?
Probably not.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Here's my thing, too. I could die when I walk outside of this building today. And the test isn't going to be able to show that. I mean, a bus could hit me.
It reminded me of this short story that I had to read in school. I don't remember if it was high school or junior high. It was called The Measure. I use this in my teas here, where you had a string, and the string would tell you how much time you had left. If you had a short string, you'd have a short life, and you knew when you were going to die. If you had a long string, you knew right? Yeah. And then the teacher would ask us questions like, would you want to know what are the... I think it was kind of an introduction to... philosophy or something like that. Yeah. But it was like freshmen, so we're 13 or 14, I don't know.
Hey, that's weird.
But as I'm getting older, I think about that. Would I want to know? Nah. If you knew, if I could tell you, Joe, you will die on, February 12th, 2029, would you want to know that?
Here's the only reason I would want to know. Because you know me, I am so stubborn, I would want to beat it.
Yeah. Not me. I'm so anxious, I'd want to plan. I wouldn't be able to sleep the night before. I'd be like, I'm going to die today.
No, that's the only reason I would want to know. Is like, it's 20
I hope
years
it's not
from now,
painful.
I'll show it.
Yeah.
I'm going to get with the doctors now.
That's a good idea.
That's what I would do.
But, you would know if you were going to get hit by a bus, for instance. Would you want to know?
Ooh. How would it know if I'm going to get hit by a bus?
No, I'm just telling you, if you knew your fate, would you want to know it? If you knew that you were going to die this year, probably not going to be a disease because there's not enough time.
Okay. New improv question for you.
Okay, I like this.
How do you think you're going to go?
Oh, me?
Yeah, and then how about I pick how you go, you pick how I go?
Oh, okay, I love this.
Yeah. How do I go?
You'll be murdered.
By whom? Is it someone who I know?
Female.
Oh, female. Okay.
Yeah.
Our boss?
No, just at some point you're going to rub a female the wrong way, and that's going to be it. Could be the boss, could be just a friend.
Most females like me.
Yeah, until that one time that they don't.
That's why I try to get a few on my side
to
protect me from the ones who don't.
I'm going to guess stiletto through the eye. That's going to be it.
That'll be a bad way to go.
Yep.
I think you are going to tick off a driver.
Oh.
And they're...
Road rage?
Yeah, they're definitely
But also murder.
They're just going to shoot you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're going to be driving too slow, which will be the speed limit.
This would be great if it actually happened. We would go down in radio lore.
It's
they
being
predicted
recorded
their own
right
deaths.
now. No, we predicted each other's deaths. That's even
amazing.
more impressive.
Both hosts murdered. Both hosts able to diagnose how the other one would go.
Yeah. No, Chris is...
It's either that or both of us die of some sort of a bowel illness. It's one either murdered or bowel illnesses.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. Right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah, probably.
All right, to you now.
The Packers revealed that their national revenue sharing from the previous fiscal year was about $432 million. The Packers are publicly owned by more than 500,000 shareholders. They're unable to accept private equity investments the way some teams have done to raise money.
Yeah.
Packers are the only team in the NFL that can do this. According to the team, there's about 5 million shares of stock owned by a little over 500,000 stockholders. Chris, what's a truly unique thing you wish you owned? Like, these people own a piece of a football team. What is something that you wish you owned or owned a piece of?
I mean, I would love to own... I usually kind of do. I was going to say I'd love to own a piece of a country.
Oh.
Yeah, or an island.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, if you own land, don't you own a piece of the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also like to have some...
But
I'd like
an island.
I'd like to own an island. I'm going to say an island.
Huh. How much is an island going for these days?
Actually, you can get it for less than $1 million.
Really?
Yeah, not very big, but...
Habitable?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's a website that I go to every now and again. It's like islands for sale or something.
Is there a house there already? Or
Depends on the island.
Okay.
There's some islands with houses for sale. Some islands have like a lighthouse, and you can live in the lighthouse. Don't...
Seems tiny. Seems tiny.
No, lighthouses are beautiful.
Okay.
How about you?
I don't. What do you do? How about me?
This is how this game is played, my friend.
Well, you just turned the tables on.
Yeah.
Something unique that I wish I owned.
I mean, you wrote the question.
Yeah, I did.
Nothing
but
in mind.
I didn't have anything in mind. No.
Yeah.
I mean, the easy answer is like sports team. Those.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that.
The value just always goes up.
Would you rather have the top league sports team or do like the Wrexham guys and buy a bottom league that can climb the ladder? That's one thing I love about soccer or football.
Top league team.
Top league?
Yeah.
Right on.
Mm-hmm.
Nomophobia is the fear of being without your smartphone.
Yeah.
The condition nomophobia stands for no mobile phone phobia and can cause such symptoms as sweating, shaking, agitation, even breathing difficulties. Research has shown that nomophobia can affect up to 3/4 of all people. How long could you go without your phone before you started to feel withdrawal?
Ooh. I went a little over an hour this morning.
Oh, nice job.
I was in physical therapy, and I left it at home intentionally.
Wow.
So at least that long. I've often thought to myself that you and I should try this challenge and see how long we could go without it.
I mean, we'd have to put...
But, I mean, what's kind of unfair to you is, like...
I talk to my wife every day.
You use that to make calls, but...
Well, if we wanted to do it where I could still make phone calls, but only from, say, home or something, I'd probably be down with that.
Yeah, and you can't do anything else with the phone when you have it, too.
Right.
You can't start, scrolling for syrup.
Twitter or
whatever you like to do.
Yeah, do a lot of syrup shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Huh.
How long do you think? So for me, man, I don't. I'll say a week.
Yeah.
But that feels like a long time.
Really?
How long do you think you could go?
I think it would be the opposite for me. I think that I would go through very short-term withdrawals, and then I'd be fine. And I could go as long as I needed to.
So I can obviously
Once I
still
break
call
the
my
cycle.
parents, though, too, right?
Yeah, we'd make that rule, yeah. You can still use it as a telephone.
Can we make the rule that the boss cannot call me and I can't call her?
No.
No?
It still can be used as a phone.
Dang it.
It just can be used as a
I would
smartphone
like
for
it to be-
scrolling.
Sorry.
You're out of luck.
I cannot be contacted.
Jump.
No, sorry. No, I'm taking part in an experiment. I cannot do this.
More info on what's in the big, beautiful bill is emerging, and for some people getting close to retirement, there is reason to freak out. On the other side, if you're not close to retirement, you should definitely freak out. What you can do to make sure you're socially secure. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone SunShield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone SunShield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. The aging workforce and declining birth rates raising Social Security concerns for one Valley politician. Congressman David Schweiker joining the Mike Broomhead Show earlier today. He says a solution will have to be a bipartisan effort.
Until the public starts demanding it and stops running and voting in fear and the political consultants stop weaponizing it, I don't know how we get to a solution. And this is one Republicans and Democrats are going to have to do it together.
Schweikert says his goal is to stabilize Social Security funding. All of our top stories coming up at 4 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on those roads this Friday afternoon with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. There's a disabled vehicle on the left shoulder of the 60 westbound near Alma School Road. A crash blocking the on-ramp on the 60 eastbound near Mill Avenue. And lanes are now clear on the 60 westbound near Sossaman. There had been a wreck there earlier that was actually a car fire. That's now on the right shoulder, and the exit ramp still blocked on the 60 westbound near Mesa Drive. Yes, that was all the 60. So let's hit the surface streets now. 67th Avenue and Indian School Road. That's got a wreck, so that one is slow, mostly on 67th Avenue southbound right now. We'll do another check of traffic for you in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford. I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley real estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
President Trump goes to Europe and talks trade. How many trade deals will they make? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Joining us in the studio is the star of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Gatos!
Hey, fellas, happy Friday.
It is a happy Friday, isn't it?
You're done. You're leaving.
We're out.
I mean,
we're out.
Wow, you guys get to leave at 4. It's pretty good.
Did you see that the Social Security, they're saying with Social Security now with its budget that just passed, the big, beautiful bill?
It's not going to be there for us. Not as much of it.
Well, this is my question. New analysis says 24% of benefits are going to be cut by late 2032. You also might experience reduced health care access because of an 11% cut in Medicare hospital payments, and percentages will grow over time. So as you and I start to get older, fewer Americans are paying into the system, which means even fewer benefits. So how much longer will America's social safety net survive at any level?
You know, I didn't think Social Security was going to be there for me anyway.
That's what we were always told growing up.
I think we were always told that. I mean, we're in such a deficit.
Yeah.
With this country, the big, beautiful bill is not going to help that. It's only going to add to it. So my advice is save your money, invest it well, and don't rely on Social Security because it might not be there for you.
Find
It's
a
a very
rich
scary
friend.
thing. What's that?
Find a rich friend.
Well, I mean, no. It's like you have to, you've got to invest the right way. The way that you make money is to invest money. That's what I've always said.
What if you don't have money?
That's the other thing. If you are living paycheck to paycheck and you can't put a little bit away every month, you're going to be in big trouble later in life. And that's really a rough thing.
So one thing that I tried to tell my daughter when she was, in college, and actually even when she was in high school, and she never listened, and she's paying for it now, is I said, you need to find a guy who is financially secure and get knocked up.
That's awful.
And then...
oh, geez.
Yeah, at the very least, you're going to be pulling some child support payments.
Awful.
And maybe you can get him to put a ring on it for a while, right? And
Let me tell you,
but she didn't do that.
No.
Now she's just mooching off you.
Right, she's broke.
You know, I think a lot of women are looking at the young men out there in this day and age and saying, I don't really need you.
Some slim pickings.
It's kind of slim pickings. You're not really grown up yet. You're still playing your little,
Video
your little
games.
PlayStation.
Yeah.
And you like to do that. And, I've gone to college and I've got a degree and I'm going to make my own money. And if the guy is right, the guy's right. But you better bring something to the table.
I agree. I agree with you. Yeah.
You better bring something to the table because he's a failure to launch, young men. Failure
100%.
to launch.
Why'd you look at me when you said that? I've launched.
You're not a young man, though.
No.
And you
I've
still
got
haven't-
lots of other
and you
failures.
still haven't launched.
Plenty of failures, but I've launched.
Oh, I know.
What have you... It was more of a catapult. They just kind of threw him out.
Yeah.
What do you got coming up today, 4 o'clock?
Hulk Hogan.
Yeah?
I want to talk about him again today. Obviously died yesterday, but, his legacy is complicated.
Yeah.
And, he dropped the N-word many times.
Yeah.
And he was sorry for it. So my question is, we'll discuss this. If you drop the N-word, can you be forgiven? Or are you always going to be a racist if you say that word out loud or you call somebody that? So we're going to have a discussion about that.
I'm curious about this because you're kind of an outspoken Christian, and I'm curious about your take on this.
You have to be able to forgive.
Right, but then also...
But it has to be real.
It has to be real.
Yeah, I have some
Now,
people...
how do I know it's real?
I don't know.
And that's through time,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
so it's like...
a lot of people online said Hulk Hogan turned to Christianity just so he could say, I'm sorry for being a racist, I'm sorry for the N-word, and we don't know what was in his heart. We really don't. But there has to be some forgiveness, but you have to prove it. You have to prove
Agreed.
it. And I don't know if he proved it. I mean,
Isn't
if
that
you
like
want to believe him that he found God late in life, I'd like to believe that.
Isn't
he
that
found
like
him.
Reagan's thing, like trust but verify?
Yeah.
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 All right. I'm looking forward to this
Yeah, it's
conversation.
gonna be
Should be a
interesting.
good one. Starting at 4 o'clock, Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos. Joe Ising, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, when you are standing on the sidewalk and you're looking at your home, what a beautiful place. That is your castle. And then you look at those windows and you think, yeah, those are not pretty. Lots of different places in the valley say that they will come and replace your windows. Some are very expensive. Some are very, very cheap. What you want is that perfect intersection. Where do you get the best value? You get it with Advanced Window Products. And the reason they set themselves apart is because everything comes from right here in the Valley. The glass is Cardinal Glass. That's made in Buckeye. Advanced Window Products, Tolleson. They put the windows together there, and then they bring them out to your place. So their installers come out. Their people come out and measure your windows to the 1/8 of an inch, and then they build the windows here in the Valley. Then installers who are in the Valley come and put them in. They're not ordering them from Ohio and having installers coming in from Texas. It's all your neighbors right here. That's how they keep their prices down. That's why they have to keep their quality up, because who wants to disappoint their neighbor? And right now, you're going to save $2,500 off when you order up to 10 beautiful custom windows. So let's see the other guys beat that. Huh? Call them, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
When life brings challenges, knowing where to turn is essential. At Revival Psychiatry, we're committed to providing more than just mental health care. We're dedicated to restoring hope, dignity, and quality of life. We offer personalized diagnoses, medication management, therapy, and non-invasive ketamine treatments. Offering telehealth and in-person options, and we accept most insurance plans. We are Revival Psychiatry, and we are here to support you. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A U.S. representative denied entry to the Eloy Detention Center to check on a Peoria woman being held there. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the news center to explain what happened.
Kelly Yu was detained on May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton went to conduct oversight at the Eloy facility and meet with Yu at the request of her family, but was turned away.
The law specifically says that members of Congress are not required to give advance notice. That's exactly how congressional oversight works.
Stanton says the border is secure and it's time to work on comprehensive immigration reform. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And you will hear more from Congressman Stanton when he joins Outspoken in just a few moments.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona will receive $118 million in federal education funding after the money was withheld for more than 3 weeks.
The funding makes up more than 10% of Arizona's federal education funding, supporting after-school programs, adult literacy, and English language classes. Nationwide, it makes up more than $6 billion that was supposed to be released July 1st, but was withheld by the Trump administration and reviewed. State Superintendent Tom Horn says he doesn't think this will happen again.
I think they've had their review and they've released the funds. I think that should do it.
Horn says he will distribute the funding as soon as possible. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more at KTAR.com. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego leading new housing legislation efforts.
Senator Gallego has introduced 2 bills to modernize regulations on rural and manufactured homes. One bill, the Streamlining Rural Housing Act, would require the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Department of Agriculture to align their inspection and environmental standards. Gallego says this would cut duplicate work for developers and shorten project timelines, while the other bill introduced aims to eliminate outdated restrictions around manufactured homes. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan says of the 360 paragraphs in the Department of Justice's oversight order, MCSO complying with all but 7.
A lot of it has to do with paperwork, those minor issues of paperwork. And lawyers and courts thrive on documentation and paperwork.
He tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp the majority of the costs stemming from the DOJ oversight have gone into staffing, specifically more than tripling the amount of personnel in internal affairs. Watch or listen to the full episode on the KTAR YouTube channel or at KTAR.com. Legal saga surrounding Lori Vallow Daybell appears to have come to an end in a Maricopa County courtroom. The so-called Doomsday Mom sentenced to a pair of life terms today for conspiring to kill her estranged husband Charles Vallow and her niece's ex-husband Brandon Boudreau.
I've seen many, many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person.
Vallow Daybell already serving life sentences in Idaho for the killing of her 2 youngest children and a romantic rival. Time now for a look at what's happening in the roads. Let's check in with Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. We've got a wreck on McDowell Road and 51st Avenue. This is just north of the 10. There's also a crash blocking the on-ramp on the 60 eastbound near Mill Avenue. We got some more surface street wrecks right now as well. Baseline Road and Sossaman, that's a pretty slow intersection right now. Also a wreck at Gilbert and McKellips. We'll do another check of traffic in 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear overnight down to 83 by morning. Sunshine tomorrow, a high of 107. Mostly sunny on Sunday with a high of 109. Bright and sunny, 107 in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
You know, some say that's the best hour of the show.
That's what I hear. Bruce says that a lot.
Did I come in at just the right time? The mic was on this time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I was prepared.
Gail Bass is in today.
It's great to be here.
It's great to see you. We've got a lot of stuff to get through over the next 3 hours. And I want to start somewhere. We've been talking on this show, and I know that you're up to speed too, about the new immigration raids that we've been seeing over the months. There's a Peoria woman, and she is a sushi shop owner, and she's got two great businesses. She came here illegally 21 years ago, and she's run two great businesses. She hasn't had any problem with the law. She came in from China. She was pregnant. Back then, the Chinese would force you to get an abortion.
They had a one-child policy.
If you were having a girl. And Kelly Yu was having a girl. She was 18 and having a little girl. She escaped. And her daughter was born here in the United States. Over the last few years, Kelly has married an American citizen. So she's married to an American citizen. She's got an American citizen who's a daughter, and she's got two businesses. And she went to ICE headquarters for a what is usually just kind of a check-in, which is what she's supposed to do. And they removed her from ICE headquarters in cuffs, and she was sent to the detention center in Eloy. And so someone who went out there to speak to her today is going to join us right now. He's Representative Greg Stanton, joins us here on KTAR. Representative, how are you today?
Well, I'm doing all right. Good afternoon.
So you went out to see Kelly Yu, and it didn't go the way you planned, correct?
Well, it didn't go the way I planned, although it did go the way I expected, because members of Congress around the country have tried to pay similar visits that I did. Kelly's husband asked me to go visit her and check in and see how she was doing, and it's my obligation as a member of the United States Congress to be able to tour federal facilities and make sure they're being run okay. And so that includes detention centers. And under federal law, a member of Congress can go and provide oversight over a detention center, and we do not have to provide advance notice. That's why it's called an oversight visit. But unfortunately, the ICE detention facility did not allow me to enter. They did not follow federal law. They have their own separate policy saying we need advance notice, but their separate policy does not overcome federal law. And so we'll be taking further action. But unfortunately, as of today, I was denied the opportunity to go inside the facility and visit Kelly.
At this point, Congressman Stanton, what do you expect to happen? Because this is happening over and over, and I don't see the administration changing their methods and saying, okay, we're going to allow you in.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to court and have a court make the determination that ICE is violating federal law by not allowing myself and other members of Congress to do our duty. We represent the people of Arizona. And I was asked by a citizen of Arizona to go check in on his wife at a detention facility. And that's what we were trying to do. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's everything right with that. That's part of my obligation, and it's what the citizens of this community expect. And so by denying that, they violated the law, and so we will be following up with likely legal action.
And if you're just joining us, in the past, Bruce and I have been talking about this Peoria woman who does not have legal status in the United States. She is in custody, and she is going to get deported. She's got two businesses in Peoria, I think one in Peoria, one in Glendale, married to an American man, has a 21-year-old daughter who's an American. And our guest right now is Representative Greg Stanton, who tried to visit her in the Eloy Detention Center and was denied entry. So what do you think the real reason is you were denied entry?
Well, the real reason is that ICE wants to make sure before any member of Congress goes to the facility that everything's up and running and in good working order, looks good, et cetera. But that's not the point of oversight. We should be able to do it at a moment's notice. And we are, we're the representatives of the people of the United States of America. And I want to say something else with Kelly, because you described her so beautifully in terms of an inspiring story of an immigrant that has built an amazingly successful business career. They have over 24 people working for those sushi restaurants. They're incredibly popular sushi restaurants. And you know what she does? She donates a ton of money to local baseball teams or football teams or other community organizations.
The police?
They donate money to the Peoria Police Department and Fire Department to serve those families. I mean, it's just they're amazing, great community members. And this is why we need real immigration reform. This is not good for the United States that a person like Kelly would be the subject matter of deportation. Americans want people that have criminal records in terms of violent crimes deported. Who can disagree? We all agree on that. But when you start deporting our neighbors, our friends who have not done anything other than criminal, have not done other criminal activities here, who have been here for a long period of time, we should do comprehensive immigration reform, allow those people a legitimate path to citizenship, not deport them. That makes no sense from an American perspective.
Do you think there's any way she can stay in the U.S., or is it just going to be a fact that she has to leave and she's going to get deported? Is the window open
she's
at
going
all?
Through the legal process. She's going through the legal process. She has really good legal counsel. But at the end of the day, a decision like this is a subjective decision. In times past, administrations have made a decision that they're going to go after people who have committed violent crimes for deportations and choose not to go after people like Kelly. And so there is still a subjective choice here. And of course, there is a possibility that they could change course and say that a person like Kelly, a job creator in this community who has not committed other crimes, has family, is married to an American, is raising a 21-year-old daughter here in America, she's the exact type of person that we want to stay in our country. So I don't want to have, false hope, but there is at least a modicum of hope that the right decision could be made here.
Congressman Stanton, you are a Democrat, but Republicans are in control of everything. The Supreme Court, the House, the Senate, they have the White House. Why don't we still have immigration reform? We were here once before.
I'm going to challenge the premise of that question, because you said Republicans are in charge of the House and Senate. And I might argue what I have seen, sadly, since January is Trump is in charge of the House of Representatives. And I wish my fellow members of Congress on the Republican side would stand up for themselves and fight to maintain the power of Congress. Just by way of example, all these tariffs that you hear about, they're all illegal. Trump has to do it because he's done a fake national emergency under which he's issuing tariffs. Tariffs should be done by members of Congress, but because these are my Republican colleagues won't stand up for themselves, they could easily vote to overcome the national emergency so that they themselves could vote on it. So I'm actually arguing that, unfortunately, it seems like Trump is running the House of Representatives, not the members of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but Congressman, there have been presidents who are Democrats, and they didn't get this thing done either. So it's on both sides that everybody's dropped the ball.
I apologize. I was talking about some other issues. You are correct. When it comes to comprehensive immigration reform, that should have been done so long ago. By the way, the closest we got is when Senator McCain was in the Senate in the 2013-14 time period, and he got over 2/3 of the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, to vote for comprehensive immigration reform. And unfortunately and tragically, it couldn't even get a vote in the House of Representatives. And we've been living with the consequences ever since. So I apologize. You are correct that it has unfortunately been both under Democrat and Republican administrations that we have not been able to get a bipartisan deal on immigration reform.
We had Senator Gallego on the other day, and we were talking about the Kelly Yu story, the owner of Kauai Sushi in north of Peoria. You tried to visit her today. You were denied at the Eloy Detention Center. What Gallego said was, well, maybe people like this who have businesses, who have roots here now, deep roots now in their community, yes, they came in the wrong way, but maybe we can have them pay a certain fine. We don't have to give them citizenship. We give them some sort of a status that will protect them here in the United States. We don't have to just go amnesty or hand them out citizenship. Do you support that idea from Senator Gallego? Maybe it's a fine for some of the people who have deep roots in their community, been here a while, haven't broken the law.
Yeah, of course. So Senator Gallego is on to something there. I would certainly agree with that. That if no one's suggesting that even someone who's been as actively involved in the community as Kelly should go to the front of the line and not have to pay a price for it. They should go to the back of the line, but at least be in the line so that they can still have their lives and their livelihoods here in the United States of America. We do have to be careful, though, because we don't ever want to be in a situation where permanently someone is living next to you, let's say Kelly or anyone else who is a business owner who happens to not be in the country, being an undocumented individual in this country, that they are paying taxes, they're sending their kids to schools, they're going to church with you, but that, over the long haul, you can vote and they can't vote. I think that's an unhealthy situation for a society. So it doesn't mean you have to give automatic citizenship. They should go to the back of the line. But I think someone like Kelly should have an opportunity to eventually get citizenship here in the United States.
Well, I mean, don't we have permanent residency right now under federal law so somebody can be a permanent resident? To me, it seems that's a function that somebody like her who's been here 21 years, I mean, immigrants are the ones more likely to be millionaires. They're more likely than Americans to start businesses and make money and become millionaires. They've done study after study about this. And
most of the Fortune 500 companies have CEOs that may not have been born in the United States of America. Sure, immigration has been a great thing for the United States of America throughout our history, of course.
Hey, Congressman, thanks for joining us. I would have really liked to have talked to you if you had gotten in there, because I think you should have gotten in. I was really wondering how Kelly was doing. I don't really have an update on if she's well or not. Certainly, I've talked to her husband Aldo and her daughter Zita. They've both been on the show. I don't want to see everybody stay, but I certainly want to see this woman stay.
Aldo's a good man, and he's a strong man, trying to keep that restaurant going and trying to support his stepdaughter, and our hearts go out to him because he's going through a tough time. So Aldo, stay strong.
Thank you, Congressman. Appreciate it.
All right, take it easy.
All right, Representative Greg Stanton. Yeah, it's like, Gail, again, I've been really clear on who I think should stay and who I think should not stay. I think if you came in under the Biden years, you should be out. We let everybody in. He let everybody in. If you're a criminal, it goes without saying. But a woman like Kelly should absolutely stay, 100%. I am not for dragging somebody off of a lawn like they did in California to this man who was, doing, someone else's yard work. I think it's ridiculous. I think if you go to Home Depot and you pick up one of those guys and you want to throw him in jail, I think that's stupid. I think we get rid of the criminals. And I think we try and do something for people like Kelly, who have been here for 21 years. You don't have to give her citizenship. But something. I don't think
some kind of legal status.
She should not be in this detention center. I think she's an Arizonan.
It breaks my heart.
And I get it that she came in the wrong way. I understand it. But is there anything that we can do? Are we just going to, you came in illegally, you got to go. I'm not there. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
It just breaks my heart to see families broken apart like that by people who've been here for so long, the ones that do give to their community, and then this happens. Yeah. It's like, and the thing is you say she came in wrong, but she's trying to make it right. This woman has tried to make it right. She goes for her check-in. She's tried to get legal status. She applied for asylum because let us not forget that we were, in this country, I grew up in an era where we did not like China because of their one-child policy, all those forced abortions.
Right. Well, put it this way.
And this woman wanted to escape that. And we're not going to embrace that?
I spoke to her daughter, who's 21. She would not be alive if Kelly stayed in China.
Exactly.
She would never existed. All right. We'll come back. We'll talk about it for a couple minutes. We've got a lot of other stuff to get to here on KTAR. We want to thank the congressman. Okay. Let's talk about America Roofing for a moment. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. These are my guys. Family-owned and operated, licensed, bonded, and insured. You will not find a better roofing company in the entire state. They fixed a minor problem at my house, got up there on the roof, meticulously went over it, and they said, you got a spot. I said, what's the spot look like? There's a spot where the water from storms is just not draining properly. We think that that this could be something down the line. I said, I don't want something down the line. Fix it now. And so they fixed it. So if I were you, and you never know when the monsoon is going to hit, call America Roofing. Get them out to your house. They'll inspect your roof for free. Full inspection if you mention Gatos. That'll be totally free. AmericaRoofingCo.com. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. There will be no charges filed in the drowning death of a 3-year-old in Chandler in May. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office says that decision comes after prosecutors concluded there was no likelihood of convicting Brady Kaiser. He was home alone when the boy drowned in the family's pool. Earlier this month, Chandler police recommended 1 count of child abuse. Again, no charges to be filed against a father in the drowning death of his 3-year-old son in Chandler back in May. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's get a check on what's happening with those roads right now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. There's still that crash blocking the on-ramp to the US 60 eastbound near Mill Avenue. And then on the surface streets, we've got a wreck at 51st Avenue, McDowell. That intersection slow, and also a wreck at Gilbert and McKillop slowing things down there. But other than that, so far, dare I say, it's Friday light on the Valley freeways. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, thank you, Heather.
This portion of the show is brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
All right, thanks to Congressman Stanton for joining us. He was not allowed into the Eloy Detention Center. Sounds like that is there's going to be some legal charges. You are always allowed if you're a congressman you want to pop by. Let's talk about the breaking story that Bill just had. So this was a huge story out of Chandler, and a 3-year-old child drowned, and it was just horrific. And the husband of a social media influencer will not face any criminal consequences. And so if you want to go, let's go back to that story, because I'm trying to remember. I know the news just broke. I believe that Brady Kaiser, right? He's got a famous wife.
Emily.
Yep. And so Brady is home with the 2 kids. He's got the real little one, and then he's got a 3-year-old. And for one reason or another, they were outside, and Brady had to bring the baby inside for one reason or another, and left the 3-year-old son outside.
His name was Trigg.
And Trigg died. And so people are looking at this and saying, are we going to start charging parents? I think if you were to ask Brady, the dad, he'd do anything to go back in time and grab that 3-year-old and bring him inside with the baby. He did not do that. Obviously the wrong move. He knows it more than anybody. But I think the question is, do you charge him? Because they were ready to charge this guy, and now charges have been declined against this man.
Yeah, I mean, the police recommend charges. The county attorney's office says we won't get a conviction. And I just want to know how that determination is made. How do you know you're not going to get a conviction? I mean, they've seen the evidence. The police know the legal proceedings, what the standards are. So I'm just very interested in what we plan to do about cases like this.
Yeah,
because you're not supposed to leave your kids out by the pool by themselves.
Oh, no. Early this month, the Chandler Police Department recommended that Brady be charged with child abuse, a Class 4 felony. And so part of me knows how. I mean, we all know how big a mistake he made.
Oh yeah, he's never ever going to forget that.
I don't think he cares about going to jail or not. I don't think he cares.
That family has been permanently changed.
Right.
There's going to be a gaping wound in their hearts and that family for decades to come. They're never going to get over that.
If you charge him, does that make other parents think, I better not leave my kid outside by the pool? No, it doesn't. No. If you do charge this guy, it's not a statement. It doesn't make other parents think twice about leaving their kids. Most of us are not leaving our kids next to the pool. So I'm not sure charging him would have made this situation any better. It's horrific. The child is dead. It is absolutely horrible. But if you put the guy in jail, I mean, he didn't leave the kid out there on purpose to drown. We know that. Parents make bad decisions on occasion. This one,
this isn't one of those cases of horrible child abuse of months and months and months, and they didn't do what they were supposed to do to take care of the kid. This was a horrible accident.
It was. All right, so no charges. I don't think he cares. I think all he's thinking about is, why did I leave my son out there?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think he cares about the charges or not. All right, let's see. Coming up next. So, can you be forgiven for using the N-word? Or once a racist, always a racist? We'll talk about it next.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year. And that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And this just into the KTAR News Center. 2 Southwest Airlines flight attendants are being treated for injuries. That after a passenger jet headed to Las Vegas from Southern California made a dramatic plunge shortly after taking off. Southwest Flight 1496 responding to an onboard alert about another aircraft in its vicinity. That according to the Federal Aviation Administration, which is now investigating. The crew responded to 2 alerts that required the pilot to climb, then descend, according to the airline in a statement. Again, 2 flight attendants hurt when a Southwest Airlines jet suddenly had to plunge today, apparently in response to an alert of another aircraft in its area. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. Also new this afternoon, a Chandler man will not face criminal charges following the drowning death of his 3-year-old son in a backyard pool at the family's home back in May. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office says there is no likelihood of convicting Brady Kaiser, even after surveillance video was used to detail the events surrounding what happened. Chandler police had referred the case for review, recommending 1 count of child abuse. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari, she is demanding answers after she says plans for a meeting with 3 detainees at the Eloy Detention Center were denied less than 24 hours before a scheduled visit. The Democrat says she is still struggling to get information from the Trump administration.
I had detailed my deep concerns about the inhumane conditions of the Eloy ICE Detention Center and demanded answers and independent oversight. Again, this is over a month later. We still do not have a response. I had requested a response by June 23rd and still have not received that.
Ansari says she is hoping to schedule another visit by the end of next month. The Epstein files taking over political headlines, especially after the Justice Department announced that it would be interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's ex-partner. Political analyst Chuck Todd joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about a question that is still lingering in his mind.
Is there anything there?
Todd adding that he is skeptical that the story is drug out for too long and that all the information about it has dried up.
Eyes on education.
Only 39% of Arizona's 3rd graders are reading at grade level, but a new plan lays out how to raise that to 72% by the year 2030.
The Arizona Literacy Plan 2030 has a step-by-step strategy to improve reading rates in the state. Terry Clark with Read On Arizona explains this plan matches the Arizona Progress Meter goal, and one of the strategies is cutting down on chronic absenteeism.
What we now have in Arizona is a chronic absence state resource guide that really walks through what are effective strategies that are evidence-based that can help you and support families in making sure that their children can improve on their attendance. And
other strategies include more teacher training and early learning access. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And back to the roads now with a check on traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Just a couple things going on in the East Valley right now. We've got slow traffic to the on-ramp from 101 southbound to the 60 eastbound. Also a crash still blocking the on-ramp on the 60 eastbound near Mill Avenue. On the surface streets, there's a wreck at 51st Avenue and McDowell. That's just north of the 10. That's a slow intersection right now. But we'll take another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear tonight, 83 by morning sunshine tomorrow with a high of 107. Mostly sunny on Sunday and 109. Partly cloudy to start the new week on Monday with a high of 110 degrees. Sunshine and 107 right now in Glendale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
President Trump goes to Europe and talks trade. How many trade deals will they make? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Bruce off today, back Monday. We got fabulous Gail Bass in.
Thanks for having me on the program.
You're my girl. You know that.
Yes, I am.
We've known each other 20-something years.
Oh, gosh, when we were 2.
Right. So I want to bring up an issue, and I think it's worth discussing. We've had 3 big celebrity deaths: Malcolm Jamal Warner of the Cosby Show. Mm-hmm. We've had Hulk Hogan, and we have had Ozzy Osbourne.
Mm-hmm.
Hulk Hogan, I watched him as a kid. When I was an adult, he continued to wrestle. I continued to watch him. And, it was tough to see yesterday a guy that I really, really loved, especially in my childhood, pass away. But his legacy is a bit tainted, and we all know that. And if you don't, there was a certain tape in 2012, okay, not good, Then I believe it was 2015, there was a private conversation that surfaced, and it had Hulk Hogan using the N-word. And I remember seeing that and saying, just, I'll never watch this guy again. If you're a racist, I don't want to know you. I don't want to buy anything that you're dealing. I just have a question. Can you ever be forgiven for using the N-word? It's such an awful word. I can honestly say I have never used it in my life, nor will I ever use it in my life. But is it like once you use it, you're a racist, and once a racist, you're always a racist?
Well, context is everything. If you're reading Huckleberry Finn,
okay, right?
No,
okay.
If you're we see actors do it all the time,
right?
We don't think anything bad about the actors who play, so we're able to separate that. But when it's one of your friends, when you're a little kid on the playground, or me, just being a little girl standing for my junior high school, for those people who are listening, I am black. I was one of like 4 or 5 black kids in my junior high and high school. And I was standing in front of my junior high school, and somebody shouted out, the car full of grown white men drove by. And this was in San Diego, California in the 80s. And they drove by and shouted the N-word at me. Oh, and, not the first time, not the last time I was called that, but I remember it. Do I want them to go to hell for that? No, because you know what? I believe in a God that I hope he forgives me for the really crappy stuff that I've done. And I've done some doozies that I would never hope that anybody got a hold of the video and aired on TV. And then I'd have to cry and say, I'm sorry. And I've embarrassed my father. So I'm glad that I believe in a savior who can forgive that. Now, he has the power to do that. People, on the other hand, do not. In some instances. Yeah, he did what he did. I was never interested in wrestling at all. You know this. I looked at it and laughed, and I just thought, this is totally fake.
Well,
and it was just, to me, it was ludicrous. So he didn't really mean anything to me.
Yeah.
But he meant something to other people. So for me, it was just like silence. It's like I just met it with silence, because I know people liked him. And they say never meet your heroes because they'll disappoint you. And I met Kevin Spacey once. He was absolutely terrific to me. So nice, so cool. Then I found out he was creepy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I was a big Michael Jackson fan growing up.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Okay.
My mom met the guy. Nice he was lovely to my mother, just like you were. But he was...
Behind closed doors?
Oh, he's problematic.
Right. So, Hulk Hogan. I have a tough time talking about him because he was part of my childhood. I've seen every match. He was one of the greatest performers I've ever seen. And I've always been a big wrestling fan. As you said, the fake word. I hate the fake word because wrestling is a television show.
Yes, it's entertainment.
That's all it is. No one says that they're hitting each other for real. Sometimes an accident. Yes, they do hit each other. But it is all scripted, just like the television shows you watch, just like the movies you go to see. And it's cinema. It's just it's athletic. It's a soap opera. It's a circus, all kind of into one. The athletes are some of the best in the world.
And people love it. It's one of those places. There was an intersection of different socioeconomic and ethnic groups there. When we went because I went with you guys.
We did go to an event.
And
probably 25 years ago.
I loved how there was some of every kind of American there.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what's great about WWE. You're going to see some of every kind of American there.
Yeah. So Hulk Hogan, here's what he said when the tape came out. And like for me, did I think when he was still alive 2 days ago that he was a racist? I don't know. He says he found God, and my hope is that if he did, then he learned to love all people. And I hope that was the case.
If ex-Klansmen can do it,
right?
And they have. There's a movie called Burden. You should watch it. It's terrific. If ex-Klansmen can say, you know what, I was wrong.
Right.
Then
so maybe there is some forgiveness. Here's what happened.
The National Enquirer reports that Hogan used racial slurs in audio secretly recorded.
I was at the lowest point of my life. My personal life was destroyed. I was very mad at my daughter. I was upset over a situation that happened between her and her boyfriend, and I had no idea I was being taped. I was to the point where I wanted to kill myself. I sat in my bathroom by myself when my ex-wife was gone and the kids were gone, and I was completely broken and destroyed. And I said, what's the easiest way out of this? I mean, I was lost.
You were suicidal.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, we're talking about Hulk Hogan, who, his legacy has been tainted, certainly. I was disgusted when he brought up the idea of his daughter dating a black man and used the N-word. And he did it multiple times. And in 2015, it came out, and he issued an apology. And, we're either going to take him for his word or we're going to just, never forgive. But for me, I hope what he said was true. I found God, and I'm not a racist, but you just can't take that word back.
No,
and I got to
there's
tell
some
you, Gail,
things you can't.
I know. Anyone who says that word, there is racism in your heart. When you use that word, there's racism in your heart. There just is.
I get asked this. I've been asked this on KTAR before by a former host. He's like, why can't we white people say the N-word? And I said, why do you want to?
I don't.
And that's my question. That's my only response is, why do you want to? Well, black people use it, but it's like black people use it with each other.
Yeah.
But they don't use it on you. Why do you want to say that? You have to ask yourself, why do you want to say that?
Yeah. I don't. I know.
That's my question.
I think that white people say, well, black people say it all the time.
Yeah, well, I hear white people say things about each other in their ethnic group that I don't repeat things about Polish people. I don't repeat things that Greek people say to each other. I don't repeat things that Italians say to each other in jest. I have a friend who's from New York, and I find he's from Pennsylvania. And when he refers to other friends, he always refers to their ethnic group. And it's usually something European, like he says something about a Polish person. He'll say something about this or that. And I finally said, you know what? There's something that I don't do that you do. You always refer to that friend like, I know what their ethnic group is. And he's like, I guess that's what we do. And I just think I don't say those things because I don't want to be seen as being racist to Polish people.
Yeah.
Because they make great pastries.
Jeez, oh, gosh. All right, Gail is in for Bruce.
I want to be invited to everybody's cookout, so.
Coming up next, something dramatic happened on a Southwest Airlines flight today. Yikes. We're going to talk about it. Stick around, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, Aria Dental Implant Center. These guys are the best. They really are. They're going to fix your teeth. They're going to give you perfect teeth. Dr. Joe's going to take care of you. 20 years of dental implant expertise. There is nobody better than Dr. Joe. He's the guy that you want to talk to. And I guarantee you, after chatting with him for 10 minutes, by the way, you got as long as you want. You got a consultation. You ask him whatever you need to feel comfortable. He's going to make you feel comfortable. You have broken teeth, you have missing teeth, and you don't like living like that anymore. You can't eat anything. It's horrific. You don't smile in any pictures. You're missing out on life. Dr. Joe will give you your life back, okay? Also, Aria Dental Implant Center, they have transparent pricing. There are no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective. And in most cases, you can get your final set of teeth just a few days after surgery. Everything is done in-house. And a local company like Aria, they do it better than everybody else, especially the big companies. They're way better than them. And they'll save you $21,000 compared to them. Aria is spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. An Arizona congressman denied entry into the Eloy Detention Center to check on a Peoria wife and mother being held there. U.S. Representative Greg Stanton says federal law allows members of Congress to enter detention facilities without advance notice to make sure the government is treating people fairly. Kelly Yu came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Lori Vallow Daybell sentenced to life in prison today on 2 murder conspiracy convictions in Arizona, marking an end to a winding legal saga for the mother with doomsday religious beliefs. Vallow Daybell already serving life sentences in Idaho in the killings of her 2 youngest children and a romantic rival. She was convicted at separate trials this spring in Phoenix of conspiring to murder her estranged husband, Charles Vallow, and her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. All of our top stories coming up at 5 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's head back now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. We've got an RV crash blocking the right 2 lanes on the Loop 101 westbound near 7th Avenue. There's also a wreck on the 10 westbound at 16th Street. That one's on the right shoulder. That's backing up the freeways pretty significantly on both the westbound 202 and the westbound 101 right now. There's also a new wreck at 75th Avenue and Glendale, slowing down that intersection. We'll do another check on traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night, and we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs, so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Hey, it's LaDonna. So how much do you think you're spending to maintain your happy home? I'll give you a hint. It might be a lot more than you think. That's coming up Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Real Till 7. Gail Bass is in today.
Yes, I am.
Oh, man. You ready for this?
Yes.
Southwest Airlines flight. We almost had a collision in the air today. This could have been absolutely catastrophic. Two Southwest Airlines, two Southwest Airlines flight attendants are being treated for injuries after a passenger jet heading to Vegas from Southern California took what people are saying is a dramatic plunge shortly after takeoff in response to an alert about a nearby plane. So it was Southwest Flight 1496. It was responding to an onboard alert about another aircraft in its vicinity. The FAA is investigating.
Yes.
I got to tell you, I'm hearing way too much. I'm hearing way too many similar stories throughout this whole year with jets flying into each other or planes about to take off and they got to make a hard right turn, or this is getting insane. And I'm just going to tell you, we're going to have a plane crash and then they're going to fix this.
Well, we had a plane crash in January, if you don't forget, right over the Potomac.
Right.
So.
And they didn't fix it. They did some things in D.C. to make it a little bit more safe, but that was with a chopper. Mm-hmm. But I'm talking about planes crashing into each other.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. They said that the plane was not in the immediate vicinity of the airport, but the plane got a notification. So I'm going to go with the plane. If the plane gets a notification that another plane is nearby, I'm going to listen to that.
Yeah. I think what happened on board is terrifying.
Yes.
Because there were people that were hitting their heads on the ceiling of the plane.
Well, 2 flight attendants were injured.
Right. One flight attendant said, I'm done. I'm quitting.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, after something like that, yeah.
Well, it can happen. Like if they're walking around.
Right.
That's what I think about. I always fasten my seatbelt when I don't even, because half the time I don't like going to the ladies on the plane. Who likes to do that?
Mm.
And then you have to get up, and I'm just thinking, will there be turbulence that they don't know about?
I know. So my wife is a flight attendant, and I get nervous.
Of course you do.
Because like if you were to ask me, okay, you're gonna be on an airplane in 2 weeks, are you worried? Are you nervous? Well, no. Mm-hmm. No, but every time I hear a story like this, I'm like, okay, like how old are the planes that we're on?
Oh, yeah.
There are more planes in the air than ever. We have packed the skies more than ever.
Mm-hmm.
So and it's still the safest way to travel.
Mm-hmm.
But
you're more likely to have a car accident. You really are.
There's no doubt. But I don't think we're taking this issue seriously. I don't think we have enough people directing these flights. We know that Newark Airport is a total disaster.
I was flying in and out of there for 2.5 years. I don't miss that part.
No.
When I found out how bad it was, I was like, woo, I dodged a bullet.
Mm. So 2 flight attendants seriously injured because they were most likely up and preparing to do service and give you a drink. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I mean, we're just seeing it too often. We really are. And so I want to blame somebody. Who do we blame here? Do we not have enough people directing these flights? Are there too many flights in the air?
Well, aren't our air traffic controllers aging out?
Our air traffic controllers, it's one of the toughest jobs around, and we don't have enough. And a lot of people aren't qualified to do that job. Not everybody can do that job.
No.
So, again, I mean, we've seen, even in Phoenix, we've talked about this. A couple airplanes have almost hit each other a couple times this year in the skies over the valley.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is an issue that's not going away. And we continue to hear more about these so-called close calls. How many times are we just going to let one crash and then we'll fix it? We'll let a couple planes, hit each other and burst into flames? All right.
I hope not.
I hope not. But that's the only way that we react in this country. All right. Coming up next, celebrity deaths unfortunately come in 3, and we've seen that this week. But why aren't we talking about one of the 3 specifically? One is really being left out, and we're going to talk about that one coming up next. Hey, the Arizona Painting Company, they're going to be at my house. They're going to be painting in a couple of weeks. The interior of the home is about to be painted. You know, my wife and I were doing a little bit of a remodel in the house, and one of the things we wanted was paint everywhere, okay? So paint on the ceilings, walls, baseboards, closets. The Arizona Painting Company, also they're going to paint a few cabinets for us, save us a lot of money, and not go out and get all new cabinets. So maybe you want the interior of your home painted. Well, now's a great time. Kids are going back to school, right? They're not going to be playing, in the living room. They're going to be at school. This is the time you get it done. This is the time you get it done when the kids go back to school. So all you have to do is call the Arizona Painting Company. You mentioned Gatos, you're going to get a discount. I'll send you the discount directly to your phone. Text the word paint to 620, and I'll send you a discount from the absolute best painting company in the state, the Arizona Painting Company.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Homeowners, the last time you needed a plumber or AC tech, did you feel like you were held hostage? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At PlumSmart, when you need our service, we send a servant. And the best way to serve you is what we charge. Our cost is 30 to 50% less. Whether replacing a hose bib or a new Trane air conditioner, discover PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air at about half the price. Because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just PlumSmart.com.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Feel the thrill of true luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Command the road in the 2025 Genesis G70 3.3T Sport Advanced. Unleash a breathtaking 375 horsepower while saving with low APR financing during the Genesis Signature event. Or experience the athletic refinement of a top-rated luxury sport SUV. The 2026 GV70 2.5T Select is available for a limited time with money-saving finance deals. If you need more space, choose the 2025 GV80 2.5T Select and find elegance for every adventure. Act now and you may claim terrific lease deals or low APR financing with qualified credit. Every Genesis is backed with an exceptional 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Take advantage of these low APR and leasing deals while they last. Schedule your exclusive test drive today at genesisofscottsdale.com. Genesis of Scottsdale, where luxury meets innovation.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance to very well qualified buyers on select models. Down payment will vary depending on APR. Bonus cash must be applied as a down payment. Must take delivery from dealer stock by 7/31/25. See Genesis of Scottsdale dealer for details.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton was denied entry into the Eloy detention facility to check on a Peoria businesswoman. KTAR's Heidi Hamel live in the news center now with the details.
The Democrat says federal law allows members of Congress to conduct oversight at detention facilities without advance notice.
Her family asked me to go to Eloy to confirm her location, check on her well-being, and inspect the conditions of her detention.
Kelly Yu was detained on May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She says she came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hamel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
More than $6 billion that had been withheld by the U.S. Department of Education has now been fully released.
The funding was supposed to go out to schools, educational programs, and after-school organizations like the Boys and Girls Club at the beginning of the month. The Education Department announced the money passed approval today and will now be released to recipients. State Superintendent Tom Horn says the programs receiving the money shouldn't be impacted by the delay.
Most of them have carryover funds, and if they didn't have carryover funds, which would be unusual, it's less than 1% of their budget, so they could fill it in until these funds arrive.
The funding goes towards adult literacy, English language programs, and schools. Arizona will receive $118 million of the federal funding. Horn says he will distribute the funding as soon as possible. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more at KTAR.com. The so-called doomsday mother, Lori Daybell, who was convicted of killing her children and fifth husband's wife in Idaho, has now been sentenced in Arizona for 2 more life terms for conspiracy to commit murder here.
Before the Arizona judge gave Lori Daybell 2 more life sentences on top of the life terms she already has in Idaho, she told the judge all of the victims that she's been convicted of killing in both states are happy and enjoying the afterlife.
Heaven is a very busy and happy place where everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do.
The judge saying she will never get out of prison.
It will take an act of God for you to go free.
Alex Stone, EBC News.
There will be no charges filed in the drowning death of a 3-year-old in Chandler in May. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office says that decision comes after prosecutors concluded there was no likelihood of convicting Brady Kaiser. He was home alone when his son drowned in the family's pool. Earlier this month, Chandler police recommended 1 count of child abuse. A Georgia grandmother being praised for her quick action after she helped detain an unruly passenger on board a Delta Airlines flight to Arizona, who she says was trying to storm the cockpit.
The Army vet and grandmother to 7 grandchildren says her military training was crucial in de-escalating the incident.
I knew that I had to take care of myself at the end of the day.
The flight was rerouted back to Atlanta before redeparting for Tucson. The FAA confirming the woman was suffering from a medical emergency.
That's ABC's Mola Lengi reporting. Recently, President Trump calling on 2 professional sports teams to revert back to their original names, the Washington Commanders and the Cleveland Guardians. Political analyst Chuck Todd joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about if President Trump can actually make this happen.
He actually has the potential to exert control over the situation in Washington.
However, Todd adding that even though Trump could force the name change, he doesn't think it will actually happen. Now, one day after today's World Drowning Prevention Day, family fun and water safety resources will be available tomorrow at Sunsplash Water Park in Mesa. SRP's Rory Miner says it's part of the SRP Summer Safety Splash event.
We do have free life jackets. Any kid that doesn't know how to swim quite yet, we do recommend them wearing it no matter their age. We even recommend that for adults.
Miner explains they'll also have CPR demonstrations and information on swimming lessons. Buy one, get one free. Tickets are available. Go to srp.net/offers for more details. Back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now, and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. We've got some really slow traffic on the westbound 101 on the north end of the valley. I know what you're thinking. It's usually slow, right? Well, there was a little bit of a flipped over RV and the truck towing it at 7th Avenue. So that's why it's slow. While they work on getting that right side up and off of the freeway, it's down to 2 lanes beside the HOV lane. So get to the left if you can, because they've got the 2 right lanes blocked off there. There's also a wreck slowing things down at 75th Avenue and Glendale. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 83 overnight. Sunshine tomorrow, a high of 107. We've seen some clouds move in. 106 right now in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Some say it's the greatest second hour of a show.
Some do say that, Gail Bass. Gail Bass is in for Bruce. He'll be back on Monday. You know, just to pull the curtain back just a little bit, Bruce and I sometimes can't take each other for 5 days. One of us has to sometimes take off.
Boy,
okay? I'm just saying.
I'd like to think my boys get along.
Yeah. Hey, coming up at 5:30, we're going to talk to Congressman Greg Stanton. He tried to get into the Eloy Detention Center, where an Arizona woman is being held, and they denied him entry. And I don't think they can do that. So we're going to discuss that with the representative coming up in just a little bit. So, rough week, right? 3 celebrity deaths. So why are we only talking about 2? And I think you know, for Bruce and I, when Ozzy Osbourne died, that was really just mostly what we talked about on the show. Then Hulk Hogan died. Well, I grew up watching Hulk Hogan. We discussed that. But I think that Malcolm Jamal Warner, who died of an accidental drowning while on vacation, just horrible, of The Cosby Show, he played Theo. I think he was the most relatable of the 3. I don't know how you can relate to Ozzy Osbourne, really. I don't know how you can relate to Hulk Hogan picking up a giant and slamming him on the ground or the mat. But you know what? I got to tell you, I mean, I could, when I was a kid and I watched The Cosby Show, and boy, I didn't know that Bill was doing all that awful stuff. He's just a pig, disgusting man. Oh, my gosh, I still have a hard time believing it, but...
That was emotionally hurtful, finding that out, that America's dad was a creepazoid.
But I think that I could relate to Theo all day long. Theo didn't do very well in school. Well, that was me. Theo was trying to, as a teenager, trying to figure out how to date. Boy, was I bad at that. Thank goodness I got a little bit better in life.
Boy, Lynette has made up for that with you.
What else? You know, he tried to get away with a lot of things with his parents. And I was doing that all the time. So, like, when we talk about the 3, maybe Malcolm Jamal Warner wasn't as famous as Hulk Hogan or Ozzy Osbourne. But, man, I think he was more relatable than the 3.
And here's the thing. Malcolm Jamal Warner was working. He wasn't one of those celebrities that was getting in trouble. He wasn't one of those celebrities who got to the point who was just famous for being famous and being on one show. He had been on Malcolm and Eddie, he'd done other work.
I wasn't aware of it. I just didn't know.
Yeah, well, he had done other work. He kept working. I think he worked more than his other siblings on the show have. Lisa Bonet got her own show, but then she got pregnant, so she was done with a different world. And so, you know, he was on The Resident, and so he kept working. And somebody, one actor had a quote about him saying he just wanted to be a good person, and he was. And Malcolm knew the place he had in American society and how groundbreaking it was to have The Cosby Show, because we had other black sitcoms before that.
So it's interesting you bring that up, because we've got a list of the greatest black sitcoms of all time. This is a list of 15. And so I'll just give it we'll go through some of these. But The Cosby Show's number 1. It's number 1. And it should be number 1. Because if you're talking about great black sitcoms, what other show in the 80s had the husband who was black and was a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
The wife was a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those
people.
That's huge. And
I remember at the time people were saying that didn't happen. I'm like, yes, it did happen.
What do you mean it didn't happen?
Well, they were saying that wasn't realistic, having a black dad who was a doctor and the mom being a lawyer.
Of course, it was happening.
It did happen.
But didn't it have to happen on television? Wasn't that important?
I think so. Because it showed a different side of the black family, because we had good times before and they lived in the projects. You had Sanford and Son, he lived in a junkyard.
Right.
The Jeffersons moved on up to the east side.
And I think that's interesting is the Jeffersons were number 2. And what you just, in this list of 15, Cosby Show and then the Jeffersons. But yeah, the Jeffersons, it was that famous song, We're Moving On Up. And so it showed a black couple that they were moving up, not what in the amount of money they made.
Well,
and where
first
they
of all,
lived.
think about it. They grew up. They were in the house next to Archie Bunker. Let's remember,
Crazy.
they were the neighbors of Archie Bunker, and so that was a working class neighborhood.
Right.
And then he moved from that neighborhood, and he moved on up to the east side.
Yeah.
And so what the Jeffersons represented was what a lot of Americans wanted to do. They grew up there was a strong middle class. And people were in working class neighborhoods, and they had those dreams of moving on up to the east side, getting that really nice house in a nice neighborhood in Peoria. Peoria is really nice now. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's gorgeous.
But you're right.
Yeah.
It's like,
but that's what they wanted to do.
Right.
That's what the American dream is.
So if you're just joining us, we're talking about the celebrity deaths this year and how Malcolm Jamal Warner from the Cosby Show definitely didn't get as much as Hulk Hogan or Ozzy Osbourne.
But those two people, let's face it.
As famous as you can get.
Well, Hulk Hogan.
As famous as you can get.
Bigger than life.
No doubt.
He was a personality.
Worldwide, same with Ozzy.
Ozzy Osbourne, I don't think there are people in my family who knew who Ozzy Osbourne was until his reality show.
Okay, that's fair.
Because they were not listening to Black Sabbath. I grew up with a lot of Pentecostals. They were not, the ones who were, they were only listening to gospel music.
Right.
They were not listening to Black Sabbath.
And Malcolm Jamal Warner, who as a teenager played Theo on The Cosby Show, I think was absolutely the most relatable of the 3 who passed away this week by far.
But he was a child actor who was a working actor. Correct. He did not become.
No, I know.
And he did not become. I hate to say this to Todd Bridges, who's still with us, and good for him. He's cleaned up his act.
Right. But look at the why these shows are so important. The greatest black sitcoms of all time. We told you the Cosby Show is ranked number 1. The Jeffersons number 2. I'm just going to go from the bottom of the list. If you want to throw in a comment, go ahead. It's a list of 15. I'll go through it quickly. Jamie Foxx Show.
Loved it.
Okay. 227.
I love that too.
I used to watch that as a kid. Moesha.
My sister watched that one.
Amen.
Love that. That had Sherman Hemsley in that one too.
Amen.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember what Amen was.
It was Saturday night. It was after 227.
Oh, okay. Different Strokes. I was a huge...
What you talking about, Gatos?
Yeah, I was a huge fan. I just thought the show was very funny.
Is that really a black sitcom, though? That was multiracial.
And it was different. It had an old, rich white guy, right, adopt his housekeeper's 2 kids who were black because she passed away.
Yes.
10, Sanford and Son.
Yes.
9.
I still watch that occasionally.
Okay. 9, Living Single.
Love that. I watched that instead of Friends.
All right.
I watched that instead of Friends, which Friends was based on that show.
8, Family Matters. That was the Urkel show.
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of silly, right?
Oh, well, we all know who Urkel is.
7, the Steve Harvey Show. 6, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, yes. That was a big one. Everybody watched Fresh Prince.
5 was Martin. Very funny show.
Oh, I loved Martin.
4 was Good Times, and they handled serious issues.
Yeah, but it was funny. You had J.J. Evans.
It was very funny.
And
Kid
Michael.
Dynamite, right?
Yeah.
3, A Different World. I don't remember a lot from that.
Well,
that was a spinoff from the Cosby.
That was a spinoff of the Cosby Show, and it was about a historically black college.
College, right? Okay. And then the Jeffersons, number 2, and the greatest black sitcom of all time, according to this list, is the Cosby Show. Would you agree with that?
I would switch some stuff around.
What would you switch? And then we got to run.
I would switch around. I would move Good Times up.
Why?
I would move it up ahead of A Different World because Good Times at the time.
We talked a lot about bad times. I mean, it was it was rough, right?
But I liked Good Times a little bit better than I liked A Different World. But A Different World was really important. I watched every episode of A Different World.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Very interesting. Let's see. Coming up next, Vegas is a ghost town. We're going to tell you why people are not going anywhere near the place. It's really interesting. It's all coming up next.
You're talking about the boss, Pat Hickey. And when you're talking about Pat Hickey, you're talking about a guy who doesn't like to lose out on a deal. That's right. They are continuing employee pricing. That's right. It's over other places, not at Peoria Ford. You pay what Pat pays, all right? And Pat Hickey will beat any other dealer's price by at least $500, or he'll give you $1,000 on the spot. And that goes for all the great deals they got going on right now. F-150s, F-250s, the Bronco Sport. No matter what you're looking for, Peoria Ford is the place. Plus, you get the Peoria Ford Advantage. Over $8,000 in additional benefits on top of all the other discounts and savings. What are you waiting for? Check it out online, PeoriaFord.com, or you could just stop by just west of the 101 on Bell Road. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you paid too much.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:16, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. A Southwest Airlines flight from Burbank to Las Vegas violently dropping hundreds of feet this afternoon as the pilot tried to avoid a mid-air collision with an old former British fighter jet.
It's not clear why that 66-year-old retired fighter jet was in the area or how close it was to that Southwest plane, but 2 flight attendants were injured, and the FAA is now investigating.
That's ABC's Trevor Ault. Federal judge blocking the Trump administration from ending birthright citizenship for the children of parents who were in the U.S. illegally. That's the third court ruling blocking the birthright order nationwide since a key Supreme Court decision back in June. All of our top stories coming up at 5:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to those roads with Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. They're still working on clearing that RV crash that's been blocking the right lanes on the 101 westbound near 7th Avenue. They do have it right side up again, so a tow is going to be happening soon. But this means that the westbound 101 is pretty backed up all the way to Cave Creek Road right now. There's also a wreck reported at the 101 westbound at Scottsdale Road. That one doesn't seem to be causing as big a problem as the RV that was flipped over. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gail Bass today.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the KTAR News app or on KTAR.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Outspoken with Bruce and Gato's podcast, brought to you by Revival Psychiatry.
When's the last time you've been to Vegas?
Oh, geez. When was the last time I went to Vegas? Maybe about 7 years ago.
Oh, gosh. Nobody's going.
Why?
Yeah, that's a great question. Why? Why are people staying away from Las Vegas? It's a ghost town.
Well, I know the only people I know who go, they're going for some kind of concert.
Okay. Go to the Sphere. It's amazing.
I've been there.
Oh.
It is amazing. I'm glad I didn't pay. That's all I got to say about that, but it's amazing. It's like the moon is like in the middle of Vegas when you drive by it.
It's crazy. So why are people not going to Vegas?
Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
If I saw the Sphere, it wasn't 7 years ago. It was like 2.
Okay, so it was 2.
Yeah, because I saw the Sphere.
Right. That hadn't been
it was a working trip, so it didn't feel like I was in Vegas, really.
Well, if you look at visitor traffic in 2025, it's dropped 12% year over year. Convention attendance is down 20%. 20%. I'm going to tell you a few reasons why I think people are not going to Vegas. Obviously, part of it is that, and it's really simple to figure out because if you go there, I don't know about you, but I don't like buying a $9 coffee. I don't want to pay $100 for a buffet. That's ridiculous. So Vegas is certainly overpriced, and it smells like pot everywhere. But let me give you a couple of things. if you want to gamble, you don't have to go to Las Vegas. It's legal. You can gamble anytime you want.
There's a casino right off the 101.
You don't have to leave your couch, Gail.
That's true.
You can gamble
online.
You can gamble on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you need to go to Vegas, to go and sit at the craps table?
Mm-hmm.
You can stay on your couch and you can gamble on games. You can gamble on anything you want.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy and it's legal. And absolutely, I think it's hurt Las Vegas.
Do you think young people are going there to party like they used to?
Second point, Gail, this is why you're awesome. I think people are going to Nashville.
You know what? That is a thing I'm seeing a lot. A lot of my friends are doing Nashville.
So my niece last year turned 21, and she wanted the family and her friends to go to Nashville. Not Vegas, Nashville. We went to Nashville. We had like 40 people. It was crazy.
Since when do we do 21st birthday trips? That's like gender reveals.
I'm just glad my wife and I are just glad we were invited, okay? Because we want to be around young people.
Yeah, that's true. They're fun.
Except when you have to buy everybody the first round. That's where it gets crazy.
And that's why you got invited.
I know. You're probably right. But my niece wasn't the only one who was having that 21st birthday party in Nashville. There were so many people having that 21st birthday party in Nashville, and it's less expensive. You can argue. I won't even argue it. I think Nashville's so much easier than Vegas.
It's a great town.
Walking in Las Vegas, I mean, you're going to do
There's
that
a mass
forever.
of humanity.
You can walk in Nashville from bar to bar to bar to bar on one side of the street, all the way down.
And you know what? And you know what you're not going to see in Nashville? You're not going to see kiss impersonators in thongs.
Now you've ruined the show. Why would you bring? What are you talking about?
That's what I saw the last time I was in Vegas.
Why did you go to Vegas?
I was like at the old part of Vegas. We were walking somewhere.
You saw dudes in a
I was
dressed up as Kiss in a thong.
Yeah,
that's gross.
It was unbelievable to me.
Okay, maybe that's why no one is going to Vegas, because that would stop me from going to Vegas. Yeah, I mean, it's just they had the post-pandemic boom, but in 2025, tourism has showed a noticeable cooling. And I think also, let's remember this. How about Canadians?
Oh.
Are they going to Vegas? No. I think Bruce brought this up the other day. People traveling to the United States less under President Trump. And so I think that could be part of it as well. I think Vegas could be hurting from, a lot of Canadians who like to come here, or people from other countries that like to come here, and they're saying, okay, some of us are just going to push the pause on going to the USA for the next couple of years. Some people.
Well, okay, I guess maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it. So it's not just one thing. There are many factors. Right. But remember when Vegas had to reinvent itself? Like at one point it was whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
And then was it family friendly before that?
I thought it was after that.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
They tried to be family friendly and then they were like, this ain't working.
No.
But then you had Celine Dion come for that legendary, wasn't she the first one who did a residency?
I don't know if she
Who
was
the first one? She did a residency.
Everybody does one.
They all do now. Well, they built that theater basically for her to do that residency.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then, now everybody's doing like Adele. She did a residency.
Okay.
So,
we got a text in that this one listener saying millennials and Gen Z, they like the experiences like outdoor adventures or, something like a cultural travel.
Oh,
maybe that's it too.
Well, look at, you know what the thing is on Instagram? People are going to Iceland. Like Iceland has had a resurgence because it's so pretty. Okay. And people are like, well, that's Instagrammable. I'm going to make some for the gram. Everything's for the gram. And Vegas is it's got a lot of neon.
Well, the first few months of the year, big decrease in the overall number of visitors to Las Vegas. All right, coming up next, Representative Greg Stanton. So he went to the Eloy Detention Center, and he wanted to talk to the Peoria woman that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, a business owner for a couple of decades, married to an American man, has a daughter who's an American citizen. She came into the United States illegally at 18, and she's got these two great businesses, pretty good life, and she's going to get deported. So she's at the Eloy Detention Center. Representative Stanton went there today to talk to her. You're not going to believe what happened to him. He'll tell us coming up next.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, I want you to call my friends at the Lund Mortgage team. Why are they my friends? Well, I'll tell you what, they've taken care of me for a long time when it comes to anything in real estate that I've ever done here over the last 25, 27 years. I run it through the Lund Mortgage team. So, right now it is a buyer's market in the Valley. Hasn't been like that in a while. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of homes available for you to buy. And listen, trying to buy a house in this day and age, it's gotten a little bit tougher, but the Lund Mortgage team can make it easy for you. Mortgage rates falling a little bit. That's good news for you. There are homeowners out there that want to sell their house and they've dropped the price. That's good news for you. But when you call the Lund Mortgage team, they're going to tell you why you should not sit on the fence when it comes to buying a house, especially at this very moment in time. I want you to call them. Tell them Gato sent you, 623-875-9940, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Feel the thrill of true luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Command the road in the 2025 Genesis G70 3.3T Sport Advanced. Unleash a breathtaking 375 horsepower while saving with low APR financing during the Genesis Signature event. Or experience the athletic refinement refinement of a top-rated luxury sport SUV. The 2026 GV70 2.5T Select is available for a limited time with money-saving finance deals. If you need more space, choose the 2025 GV80 2.5T Select and find elegance for every adventure. Act now and you may claim terrific lease deals or low APR financing with qualified credit. Every Genesis is backed with an exceptional 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Take advantage of these low APR and leasing deals while they last. Schedule your exclusive test drive today at genesisofscottsdale.com. Genesis of Scottsdale, where luxury meets innovation.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance to very well qualified buyers on select models. Down payment will vary depending on APR. Bonus cash must be applied as a down payment. Must take delivery from dealer stock by 7/31/25. See Genesis of Scottsdale dealer for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. I'm Bill O'Neill. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton denied entry into the Eloy detention facility to check on a Peoria businesswoman. The Democrat says federal law allows members of Congress to conduct oversight at detention facilities without advance notice.
Her family asked me to go to Eloy to confirm her location, check on her well-being, and inspect the conditions of her detention.
Kelly Yu was detained May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. You'll hear more from Congressman Stanton when he joins Outspoken in just a few moments. Lots of questions, very few answers. The word from Arizona Congressman Yasmin Ansari. She is frustrated after she says a planned visit to the Eloy Detention Center was scrapped after plans to meet with 3 detainees were denied less than 24 hours before she was supposed to be there. The Democrat wonders if it's an issue stemming from the fast expansion of ICE.
When you're hiring this quickly and ramping up capacity so quickly, there is not even enough time for adequate training of these, enforcement officials.
Ansari says she is hoping she can schedule another visit by the end of next month. The aging workforce has one Valley politician concerned about the Social Security funds. Congressman David Schweiker tells the Mike Broomhead Show he believes this could have been avoided.
The Social Security Trust Fund is depleted. No one stole your money. There were things we could have done 25 years ago that would have made today's retirees much more prosperous, but those were shot down in the politics.
He says the only way to fix Social Security is having voters push both political parties to find some solutions. 2 more life sentences for so-called doomsday mom Lori Vallow Daybell. Those were handed down late this morning in a Maricopa County courtroom, seemingly ending her legal saga.
Your powers of manipulation are profoundly destructive, one that undermines trust, distorts truth, and can erode the very foundations of healthy relationships and society.
Vallow Daybell, convicted earlier this year in separate cases of conspiracy to murder her estranged husband Charles Vallow and her niece's ex-husband Brandon Boudreau. She has already been serving life sentences in Idaho for the murders of her youngest children and a romantic rival. As of today, former New York Republican Congressman George Santos is now a federal inmate.
A handful of supporters rallied as the disgraced former congressman reported to a federal prison in southern New Jersey. George Santos pleaded guilty last year to wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. The flamboyant fabulist lied to the public about his background before his 2022 election, and the criminal charges led to his expulsion from the House. Before beginning his 7-year sentence, Santos told social media followers, "Well, darlings, the curtain falls, the spotlight dims, and the rhinestones are packed."
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy reporting. Let's get back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now, and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. There's a wreck reported on the 101 northbound at Thunderbird, but the main story on the 101 remains right now that RV crash that's been blocking the right lanes for quite a while on the 101 westbound near 7th Avenue. Traffic remains slow from 7th Avenue to Cave Creek Road right now. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We'll fall back to 83 degrees by morning. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 107. Mostly sunny on Sunday, a high of 109. Clouds have rolled in right now, 105 in Peoria. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. What if supply chain issues weren't just raising prices on the stuff you buy, but also could cost you your way of life? What then? Imagine being left high and dry for a second time here in the Valley. We'll talk about it. It's Monday at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
All right, Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos. Bruce back Monday. We've got Gail Bass in today. So, Gail, something Bruce and I have been talking about is the Peoria woman who is facing deportation.
Yes.
And I've been I've said this over and over and over again, and I'll continue to say it over and over again when it comes to border illegal immigration. I'm not for open borders. I've never been for open borders. I think Joe Biden was the worst president of our lifetime when it comes to the border. He let millions of people in. I would deport everybody who came in under Joe Biden over the last 4 years. But here's what I wouldn't do. I would not deport this Peoria woman. Absolutely not. If you came into this country illegally like Kelly Yu did, a Peoria sushi shop owner, she's been here 21 years. She's been living in Arizona. She's given money to the police. She's given money to the fire department. She's hired dozens and dozens and dozens of people. She runs 2 terrific businesses. She's not gotten in any trouble with the law, but she does not have legal status. And she went to ICE headquarters for her check-in, and they cuffed her, and she is at the Eloy Detention Center. That's the person I don't want leaving this country. So we've talked to her husband on the air. We've talked to her daughter on the air. And her daughter would not exist today if Kelly Yu did not get out of China, because they were making women get abortions if they were having girls.
They had a one-child policy that they strictly enforced, so there were forced abortions in China.
She's married to an American. Her daughter was born here. She's an American. And Kelly doesn't have legal status and is most likely being removed from the United States. I'm totally against that. Here's the deal. Congressman Greg Stanton went to the Eloy Detention Center to visit with Kelly Yu, the Peoria business owner. We talked to Greg Stanton earlier today, and it didn't go as planned. Here's what he told us.
It did go the way I expected, because members of Congress around the country have tried to pay similar visits that I did. Kelly's husband asked me to go visit her and check in and see how she was doing. And it's my obligation as a member of the United States Congress to be able to tour federal facilities and make sure they're being run okay. And so that includes detention centers. And under federal law, a member of Congress can go and provide oversight over a detention center, and we do not have to provide advance notice. That's why it's called an oversight visit. But unfortunately, the ICE detention facility did not allow me to enter. They did not follow federal law. They have their own separate policy saying we need advance notice, but their separate policy does not overcome federal law. And so we'll be taking further action. But unfortunately, as of today, I was denied the opportunity to go inside the facility and visit Kelly.
At this point, Congressman Stanton, what do you expect to happen? Because this is happening over and over, and I don't see the administration changing their methods and saying, okay, we're going to allow you in.
Yeah, we're going to have to go to court and have a court make the determination that ICE is violating federal law by not allowing myself and other members of Congress to do our duty. We represent the people of Arizona. And I was asked by a citizen of Arizona to go check in on his wife at a detention facility. And that's what we were trying to do. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's everything right with that. That's part of my obligation, and it's what the citizens of this community expect. And so by denying that, they violated the law, and so we will be following up with likely legal action.
And if you're just joining us, in the past, Bruce and I have been talking about this Peoria woman who does not have legal status in the United States. She is in custody. She is going to get deported. She's got 2 businesses in Peoria, I think one in Peoria, one in Glendale, married to an American man, has a 21-year-old daughter who's an American. And our guest right now is Representative Greg Stanton, who tried to visit her in the Eloy Detention Center and was denied entry. So what do you think the real reason is you were denied entry?
Well, the real reason is ICE wants to make sure before any member of Congress goes to the facility that everything's up and running and in good working order, looks good, et cetera. But that's not the point of oversight. We should be able to do it at a moment's notice. And we are, we're the representatives of the people of the United States of America. And I want to say something else with Kelly, because you described her so beautifully in terms of an inspiring story of an immigrant that has built an amazingly successful business career. They have over 24 people working for those sushi restaurants. They're incredibly popular sushi restaurants. And you know what she does? She donates a ton of money to local baseball teams or football teams or other community organizations. They donate money to the Peoria Police Department and Fire Department to serve those families. I mean, it's just they're amazing, great community members, and this is why we need real immigration reform. This is not good for the United States that a person like Kelly would be the subject matter of deportation. Americans want people that have criminal records in terms of violent crimes deported. Who can disagree? We all agree on that. But when you start deporting our neighbors, our friends who have not done anything other than criminal, have not done other criminal activities here, who have been here for a long period of time, we should do comprehensive immigration reform, allow those people a legitimate path to citizenship, not deport them. That makes no sense from an American perspective.
Do you think there's any way she can stay in the U.S., or is it a fact that she has to leave and she's going to get deported? Is the window open
she's
at
going
all?
Through the legal process. She's going through the legal process. She has really good legal counsel. But at the end of the day, a decision like this is a subjective decision. In times past, administrations have made a decision that they're going to go after people who have committed violent crimes for deportations and choose not to go after people like Kelly. And so there is still a subjective choice here. And of course, there is a possibility that they could change course and say that a person like Kelly, a job creator in this community who has not committed other crimes, has family, is married to an American, is raising a 21-year-old daughter here in America, she's the exact type of person that we want to stay in our country. So I don't want to have, false hope, but there is at least a modicum of hope that the right decision could be made here.
All right, that's our conversation from a little earlier today with Congressman Stanton, who tried to get out to the Eloy Detention Center, where a Peoria woman, Kelly Yu, is being held. She does not have legal status. She's a business owner, as you heard from the congressman, and he was not allowed in. And so from everything that I understand, you have to let them in.
That's part of their duty.
Well, yeah, and you have to let them in. And so, it's just there are all these lawsuits, and I don't think I've ever seen more lawsuits in my entire life. I mean, really, everybody's suing everybody. But I texted with Kelly's husband, who he's been on the show. Kelly's daughter's been on the show, and they're trying to figure out how to get her. How can she stay? She's got roots here. She's got deep roots in her community. She's got no criminal record, and I think that we have to have some sort of grace for some people. And we don't have that right now.
I'm worried about what's going to happen to her if she does have to go back to China. What are they going to do to her?
She's got family there, so she can stay with them.
Yeah, but I don't know what they're going to do to her. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
That government's not exactly trustworthy.
Of course not, but I don't think they're going to hurt her. You think they're going to hurt her? I don't know.
Well, look what they've done to other people.
I know.
It's not like they're getting awards for their human rights.
No, but the good thing is she does have family back there if she's got to go back there. But yeah, so I'm still hoping that the decision could change. Got to have some grace. Not everybody should go. As I said, if you're just joining us, everybody who came in under Joe Biden goes.
Unless they came here legally.
Well, they snuck in. They should be deported. But if you've got long-standing ties in the community like Kelly, we want them to stay. We should want them to stay. All right.
She's a job creator.
Yep. All right, coming up next, super scary Southwest flight. Have you heard about it? Happened today. We'll talk about it coming up next.
Is the stock market making you nervous? Well, you're not alone. Now, if you haven't reached out to Trajan Wealth and talked to one of their fiduciary advisors, okay, now you're really sketchy. Listen, occurrences like inflation, election cycles, new laws, interest rates, et cetera, can all affect financial markets. The question is, how are you going to deal with it? The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you, and they can help you today. As a matter of fact, you can get a complimentary sit-down interview with them just by giving them a ring at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Don't leave your retirement up to chance. Start making decisions today that will fundamentally change what retirement looks like for you. 480-990-3300 and online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-00 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:46, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. A new Arizona literacy plan aims to get 72% of third graders in the state reading at grade level by 2030. The Arizona Literacy Plan 2030 is an outlined strategy to help educators and parents improve reading rates for Arizona kids. Terry Clark with Read On Arizona says reaching that goal is a collaborative effort with strategies like extra teacher trainings and lowered chronic absenteeism. Arizona issuing its very first turquoise alert on Wednesday. It was a success. Kelsey Camiso with the Arizona Department of Public Safety says more than 30 phone calls came in regarding the alert, leading to the location of 6-year-old Violet Cultus in Cottonwood, the girl's mother taken into custody, accused of taking the child from Hawaii in violation of a court order. All of our top stories coming up at 6 o'clock. More news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. There is a wreck on the 101 northbound now. This at Raintree Drive. This is going to be on the right shoulder. However, you know, the 101 westbound is better now, so the RV crash has cleared. It's just a slight bit slow now as you're heading westbound from Cave Creek to 7th Street, but that is also clearing up right now. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Life Changer Loan has a question for you. If you have great credit, then why are you financing your home the same way people with poor credit do? The traditional 30-year fixed was created for those with bad credit, you know, where the bank doesn't trust the borrower. They stretch out payments over 30 years. You pay all your interest up front to the bank. You have no access to your equity. And if you ever miss repayments, they will foreclose. Now, why shouldn't your mortgage match your credit and how you handle your finances? At Life Changer Loan, you're in control. You can pay off, pay down, borrow back, and do it all on your timeline. I mean, it's up to you. You've earned it. So if you got great credit and you're good with money, then you should not be in a traditional mortgage. You need to be in a Life Changer Loan. Head over to lifechangerloan.com right now. That's lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
President Trump goes to Europe and talks trade. How many trade deals will they make? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning starting at 8:15.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Bruce is back on Monday. We've got Gail Bass here today.
Take us with you wherever you go.
Smooth, Gail.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the KTAR News app on KTAR.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast brought to you by Revival Psychiatry.
All right. So we're looking at the Southwest
I didn't
Airlines.
mess up.
No, you're awesome.
Yeah.
They don't let me read those things.
Okay.
Southwest Airlines flight.
Yeah, they had a little problem, Gatos.
What happened?
Well, they had a dramatic plunge shortly after takeoff Friday. They were leaving the Hollywood Burbank Airport, which is, a tiny little airport in the Los Angeles area. Flight 1496. They got an onboard alert about another aircraft in its vicinity, according to the FAA. So the crew responded. They had 2 air alerts that required the pilot to climb, then descend suddenly. Unfortunately, 2 flight attendants were hurt.
Yeah. Okay, so they're seriously hurt from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you can imagine if there's some sort of a dramatic plunge and you are up and around and you were a flight attendant and maybe you're serving a drink or you're walking from one place to the other, you're going to get hurt and you could get killed.
Yeah. Comedian Jimmy Dore posted on X, formerly known as Twitter. He said, quote, pilot said his collision warning went off and he needed to avoid the plane coming at us.
Jeez.
Nobody wants to read that on Twitter, but certainly nobody wants to go through that.
So I'm wondering, because this is happening more and more. We started the year with a helicopter and a plane crashing into one another in D.C.
Deadly.
We've had a few incidents here in Phoenix where 2 planes have almost crashed into each other. Newark Airport is a disaster. I won't fly in there to see family. I'll fly into New York. I will not fly in to Jersey. That's another reason I won't fly into Jersey.
When I was working in New York, I preferred flying into Newark. I could just get on the train and get into the city.
Not now.
Easy peasy.
They don't have enough. They don't have enough people watching the skies.
Well, they cut the number of flights flying in there. Which, more Americans are flying, like a lot of us are traveling a lot more. But, the flight continued to Vegas. Everything was fine after that, except 2 flight attendants were injured and we had another near miss. And when you told me there was another near miss, I was thinking, was this the one I read this morning? Was it the one where there was a commuter jet or a private plane that was on a runway and a plane had just landed that I saw the other day? There's
Sometimes
so
those
many.
Planes have to. I've seen planes land and then they take right back off because they're going to crash into another plane that's on the ground on the runway.
Well, that happened to me in Phoenix last year where there wasn't another plane on the runway, but we were landing. I thought we were going to touch down, then we took back off.
Oh, gosh.
And as we were walking out, I asked the pilot, hey, what happened?
Yeah, and what did he say?
He said it was too windy.
Okay.
I was happier about that than another plane.
Right.
It wasn't a near miss.
I don't know. It's scary. We saw a plane on fire. Remember people?
Yes.
Was that in...
I forgot the plane on fire, but we did.
There's so many. There were a lot of incidents this year. I think it may have been pilot error. I'm trying to. Again, there are a lot of these things that have happened. A couple times over the skies of Phoenix, Arizona.
That was like 5 days ago. The Delta flight.
You think that all passengers and flight attendants should just be seated all throughout the flight?
I think.
I mean, we've done it all these years where we're giving people drinks and we're moving around, but. Man, that is dangerous. 2 flight attendants almost got killed today because of this massive what did they call it? A dramatic plunge shortly after takeoff. They almost got killed.
Well, I wonder if we wait for them to get up for a little while longer, if that's the answer, because it was shortly after takeoff, but how shortly? And remember, that's a short flight from Burbank to Vegas.
Right.
So I'm thinking for flights like that, bring your own drink. You don't need to, unless you have a medical issue where you needed some juice with your,
I don't know. My wife's a flight attendant. I don't like to hear this. This stuff makes you crazy. It worries me. Because I always say, sit and buckle in. Don't move. And she's like, can't do it. I got to do my job. But you hear a story like this, and it gives you the creep factor. All right, Gail is in for Bruce. When we come back, we have the big 6 o'clock coming up. Can you be forgiven if you use the N-word? Or once a racist, always a racist? We're going to talk about this. It's all coming up next. All right, Connecticut right now has a deal that you need to take advantage of. 20% off the K5 drinking water station. This is going to happen only in July. So you've been living in your house, and you've been living with the bad water, and you know you don't like to drink it. Your kids don't like to drink it. You don't like to bathe or shower in it, but you do it every day, and it's completely subpar. You can improve the water of your house with one phone call. Connecticut. They've been in business almost 40 years here in the Valley. They are your Arizona water experts. And right now, it is the best deal you're going to get all summer long, for sure. July only. You call Connecticut, you mention Gatos, and you get 20% off the K5 drinking water station. I can recommend the K5 because I've had it for almost 20 years. Awesome. Best thing I've ever put in my house. 602-910-6570. 20% off in July. 602-910-6570. Connecticut water. Very refreshing.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and no bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve.
Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Bill O'Neill. New this evening, a 38-year-old man behind bars accused of leaving his 4 children under the age of 10 inside of a locked car with the engine off and the windows rolled up yesterday afternoon. Phoenix police say they were called to a home in the area of 24th Street in Madison after receiving a report of the children left in that car. Officers say the temperatures inside of the vehicle, 125 degrees, a short time after officers opened it up to pull the children out. All of those children expected to be okay. Asensio Largo, located a short time later at a nearby business. He had, they say, been inside of that business for nearly an hour. The legal saga surrounding Lori Vallow Daybell appears to have come to an end in a Maricopa County courtroom. The so-called Doomsday Mom sentenced to a pair of life terms today for conspiring to kill her estranged husband Charles Vallow and her niece's ex-husband Brandon Boudreau.
I've seen many, many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person.
Vallow Daybell was already serving life sentences in Idaho for the killing of her 2 youngest children and a romantic rival.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A U.S. representative denied entry to the Eloy Detention Center to check on a Peoria woman being held there. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the news center now to explain what happened.
Kelly Yu was detained on May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton went to conduct oversight at the Eloy facility and meet with Yu at the request of her family, but he was turned away.
The law specifically says that members of Congress are not required to give advance notice. That's exactly how congressional oversight works.
Stanton says the border is secure and it's time to work on comprehensive immigration reform. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona will receive $118 million in federal education funding after the money was withheld for more than 3 weeks.
The funding makes up more than 10% of Arizona's federal education funding, supporting after-school programs, adult literacy, and English language classes. Nationwide, it makes up more than $6 billion that was supposed to be released July 1st, but was withheld by the Trump administration and reviewed. State Superintendent Tom Horn says he doesn't think this will happen again.
I think they've had their review and they've released the funds. I think that should do it.
Horn says he will distribute the funding as soon as possible. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
Read more at KTAR.com. Some scary moments for passengers on a Southwest Airlines flight from Burbank to Los Angeles today when the pilots had to take action to avoid a mid-air collision.
It was Friday morning. Southwest Airlines Flight 1496 was 8 minutes after takeoff from Burbank when alarms began sounding in the cockpit. Collision imminent, ordering the pilots to dive. Radar data shows they dropped about 475 feet to avoid a Hawker Hunter aircraft Chris Peterson was on board.
Truly one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had. It felt for the first time in my life like, this is a near-death experience.
Southwest Airlines says 2 flight attendants were injured. The FAA says it will investigate. Alex Stone, ABC News, Burbank, California.
And on Wall Street today, the week ends in positive territory across the markets. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 208 points. That's a nearly 0.5% gain on the day today. The Nasdaq ahead 50 points, and the S&P 500 finishing up 25 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's get back on those roads this Friday evening with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. The eastbound 60 is slow right now from Power Road to Sossaman. We've got a crash blocking the right lanes on the 60 eastbound near Sossaman Road. It's actually on the shoulder and also the rightmost lane. Other than that, traffic is starting to fade except for, of course, the split and the mini stack. Other than that, Valley freeways are beginning to give us a little peek at Friday light. Traffic is brought to you by PlumSmart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We'll fall back to 83 degrees by morning. Sunshine tomorrow with a high of 107. Mostly sunny on Sunday with a high of 109. Clouds have rolled in across the area. 103 right now in Avondale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3.
Some say it's the best hour of the show.
That's right, Gail.
Just like the 5 o'clock is the best hour of the show,
I heard too.
along with the 4 o'clock hour.
All right, don't ruin it. Hey, Bruce is out. Gail is in today. It's been great chatting with you over the last couple hours.
It's always great to be here, my son. How's my beloved daddy?
My dad's good. I know.
Okay, good. Is he married yet?
He got married.
He did.
Yeah. Big party going on.
Isn't that what marriage is supposed to be?
Yeah.
It's always a party.
We got the stream team coming up.
Yes.
You are going to review something that I can't wait to hear. So hold on to that.
I can't even tease it.
No.
It's going to be incredible.
All right. Now you blew it.
That's all I said. Not The Incredibles. There is not an Incredibles movie opening today.
No. So a lot of talk about Ozzy Osbourne, a lot of talk about Hulk Hogan. Last hour we kind of talked about Malcolm Jamal Warner and how he was probably more relatable, certainly if you were growing up in the 80s, than Hulk Hogan, who would, go out and slam people and pick up 500-pound men.
Defeat the Iron Sheik.
And Ozzy,
who I've never heard of until today.
And Ozzy Osbourne, who bit the heads off of bats. And was just like, one of the greatest rockers of all time. But can we chat about Hogan for a moment? Because I grew up with Hulk Hogan. And even after I grew up, I watched Hulk Hogan because he was good for such a long time. And I've always been a big wrestling fan. And Hulk Hogan's legacy it's strange, I would say.
It's tainted.
Yeah. He had the reality show, The Hogan Family, and it completely blew up his family. Everybody didn't talk to each other. They were like this loving family, and then they had this show, and the cameras came in, and boom. There was a certain tape that came out. That wasn't good for him. But in July of 2015, there was a private conversation that surfaced, and Hogan used the N-word. And so I struggle with this. As a guy who liked Hulk Hogan, but knows that certainly he was a flawed man. I mean, if you're going to use the N-word, you're a racist. Nobody says the N-word, I don't think, lightly. I think there has to be some sort of hate in your heart if you are going to use that word.
If you're not a black person.
If you're a white guy.
Okay.
Thank you. So can, he be forgiven for this? Because he asked forgiveness. He said it was during a dark time in his life. Here's kind of what he said. Because I'm wondering, once you say that, you're a racist forever, or can did somebody or something did something change in him the older he got? Because he always says he regretted that. Now we have to go through. Did he regret saying it, or did he regret
getting caught?
Getting caught.
The National Enquirer reports that Hogan used racial slurs in audio secretly recorded.
I was at the lowest point of my life. My personal life was destroyed. I was very mad at my daughter. I was upset over a situation that happened between her and her boyfriend, and I had no idea I was being taped. I was to the point where I wanted to kill myself. I sat in my bathroom by myself when my ex-wife was gone and the kids were gone, and I was completely broken and destroyed. And I said, what's the easiest way out of this? I mean, I was lost.
You were suicidal.
Yes, I was.
All right. So can someone be forgiven for using that word? I can't answer it. I can't answer it.
If you're truly repentant, there should be forgiveness. I mean, we are people of faith.
Right.
And if you're truly repentant, and you can't just say it just to get out of trouble and say the words, your actions after the apology indicate what you're like. I had a friend who we were playing a game, and she wanted to demonstrate being rude, so she called me the N-word to be rude. And I just thought, of all things you could have said.
No.
You chose to say that. And I really didn't have to say anything because her ex-husband, at the time her then husband, I really thought he was so angered and so appalled that I felt like, well, I don't need to say anything. He's handling this.
Yeah.
And after that, I would get messages like, when are we going to see you again? And the reason why I stayed friends with that family is they had two young boys that I was very close to, and I didn't want to see. I thought those young boys needed my presence in their life.
Interesting.
Because if their mom was saying that stuff, I wanted to be counter to it.
Did she say it in jest?
She was saying it as part of this game. I forgot the name of the game. Was it Categories or something where they have a list of words you can't say. And but you have to guess the word, like the word is Elvis, so you can't say black velvet, you can't say this or that.
Oh,
and
goodness.
so you're trying to find other words to say.
No.
And that's what she did.
No. Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
So, this was somebody who, she said she was sorry.
Okay.
She showed she was sorry, but it took me a while to, I still think about it though.
I'll just be honest. I think if someone said, I'll pay you $1 million to say that word, I just don't think it would ever come out of my mouth. I just don't think I could say it. Never said it.
Let me tell you something. Being a black child who said it once, and my dad heard me,
yeah,
that was the worst spanking I ever
bet.
got. I learned not to say that.
Yeah.
And, Oprah said something once that struck me. She said, when people were lynched, sometimes that was the last thing they heard. So I thought, I'm not even going to use that word with my people. That's a whole nother discussion for another time.
That's been a discussion for forever.
But I don't like to use it. I don't like to hear it.
No.
So,
So we're discussing Hulk Hogan. I was just a big fan of his entire career. He was he was better than anybody who ever wrestled. He was just bigger than life. I remember sitting as a kid watching these pay-per-views and watching him slam Andre the Giant and lose to my new hero, the Ultimate Warrior, in a big, watching. And so, after his death, and he passed away a day or two ago, and you think about his legacy, and I just can't get past the racism. And as soon as I heard him say what he said all those years ago, I was just like, well, sometimes you're a kid and you've got to, you put this guy on a pedestal and they always disappoint you. But I just wonder if later in life he acknowledged the fact that he said it, and that he didn't feel that way anymore. Because if you say it, I know I'm explaining this poorly, but there has to be some racism in your heart if you're Hulk Hogan and you use the N-word. So late in life, he found God. And did he, there have been people on social media saying, that's an excuse. He's using religion to try and make himself look better. I mean, I just choose, hopefully, not to believe that. I hope that he had a change of heart and he looked back at his past and said, you know what? I can't believe that I didn't love all people. Doesn't matter what color you are. Thank God I found God. And so I'm hoping that was the case, but you just don't know you just don't know. You just never know. You don't know what's in his heart. You don't know if he was sincere about it. But I think that's one of the, when one of your childhood, not idols, but somebody you watched or whatever, passes away. Yeah, there's a lot of good things. He did a lot of amazing things, certainly. But this was awful. And it's now how do you feel about it?
Well, because of what we do, we met a lot of people in our
interesting
career.
People. It's kind of
we
a
met
cool
some
thing.
interesting people, and people where things came out about them, like, oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Like I used to love when you guys would have Tammy Faye Baker,
that was a long time ago.
But now Tammy Faye Messner. I used to love when you guys had her on the show.
Gosh, that was 25 years ago.
Yeah, and so, but she was a character, and
her husband was a rotten human being.
Yeah, but the movie about her was very well done, and it made me like her even more.
Yeah,
but
people can be forgiven.
Yeah, but they say don't meet your heroes, but the one famous person I met who I loved and I miss is Norm Macdonald. He was so nice to me that 3 times I met him. Just a doll. Now him I miss.
I bet. And one of the funniest guys of all time. And it's it's just if you're just joining us, Gail and I've been talking about, you reminisce to your childhood. You think back and you're like, wow, I loved Theo on the Cosby Show, the Huxtables. I mean, it was an amazing show. Gosh, I loved watching Ozzy Osbourne. Whether it was on the TV show or whether it was in concert. Hulk Hogan, larger than life. And no one's perfect. But when you pull out the N-word, it's hard to forgive.
Or you beat on somebody.
What do you mean?
Like when somebody beats up his girlfriend.
Right.
It's like, why do you still get to make albums? I'm just saying.
No. Flawed. We are all flawed in different ways.
But I hope that I would be forgiven for the really craptacular stuff I've done in my life.
Oh, yeah, me too.
And I've done some stuff I would hope we would never talk about on this show.
Me too. Me too.
Like what? I wouldn't be a good journalist if I didn't ask you.
Time to break. Hey, it's the Stream Team. It's up next. We're going to tell you what you should or shouldn't be streaming this weekend, so stick around for that. All right, Advanced Window Products. Oh, Jake and Nate, these guys are fantastic. 39 years in business. They want to make your house pop. They want your old leaky windows to leave the premises. So let's talk about how it's time to face the facts. Your windows are costing you money. Most likely builder-grade windows. So what happens when you have builder-grade windows? Well, Advanced Window Products will tell you this every day. Old leaky windows let in the heat. And they let out the cold air, and that's hard-earned cash. Your AC is working overtime, and you have to do something about it. How about UV blocking glass, airtight seals, windows that are beautiful, that don't just keep your home cooler, they will slash your energy bill. Right now, Advanced Window Products, Gato Summer Special. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Limited time. Call Advanced Window Products today, 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com. Advanced Window Products, your window to a more beautiful home.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. An Arizona congressman denied entry into the Eloy Detention Center to check on a Peoria wife and mother being held there. Representative Greg Stanton says federal law allows members of Congress to enter detention facilities without advance notice to make sure the government is treating people fairly. Kelly Yu came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Deportation flights from the remote Everglades immigration lockup known as Alligator Alcatraz have begun and are expected to increase soon. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the first flights operated by the Department of Homeland Security have transferred about 100 detainees from the Immigration Detention Center to other countries. Officials did not say where those flights are headed. All of our top stories coming up at 6:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on those roads with Heather Larson. She's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. We still got that crash. It's blocking the right lanes of the 60 eastbound near Sossaman. Not fouling up traffic too much on the 60 right now. It's honestly slower in downtown Phoenix at the split and the mini stack. But other than that, Valley freeways are definitely starting to look Friday light. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today. Well, it's Gail Bass today.
That's right. Gail is in for Bruce. Hey, it's time for the Stream Team. Brought to you by Life Changer Loans. So, we do this every Friday at 6:15. We tell you what you should or should not be streaming this weekend. Gail Bass, why don't you go first? What do you have?
Fantastic Four.
You want to hear a clip?
Yes.
B-5. Before we went up the first time, you couldn't turn invisible. Ben wasn't a rock, and Johnny never caught fire.
And I am right here. Whatever life throws at us, we'll face it together as a family.
So this is the stretchy guy and the guy who turns into fire, and then the guy who's like solid rock,
yes.
And then there's another girl.
She can hold things up.
Cool.
And, make things invisible.
It's fantastic.
Yes, it is fantastic. Well, you know what? I wouldn't say it was fantastic, but I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. I know you weren't a big fan of Superman, but you know what I liked about this one? I liked the production design because it looked very mid-century modern, and I liked the story because it stayed simple. You had these 4 astronauts go into space. They come back. They've got special powers, and they're going to save the world from Galactus. And Galactus is a pretty bad guy who likes to eat planets. So,
okay.
And they're asked to do something that nobody should ever be asked to do. The only person asked to do this was, God. He's the only one who should have to do this. But, that's your only hint. So, there you go. Go see it. I liked it. It was fun. It was enjoyable. I did, and I liked it better than you. I thought it was fun.
Was this a better movie than Superman?
I liked it better than Superman.
You did?
I did.
Wow.
Although, if you're looking for something that's very Marvel with lots and lots of humor, like you would see with Robert Downey and Iron Man, it's not going to have as much humor, but it is a summer popcorn, check your mind at the door movie because, let's face it, we don't really have superheroes.
All right, it is the Stream Team. And at this time every Friday, we tell you what you should or shouldn't be streaming. Gail went to see the movie Fantastic Four. Way better than the other garbage they've come up with in the last 20 years from the Fantastic Four. Because those were bad movies.
I don't think they were all bad. I like the one with Ewan Griffith.
Okay.
And Jessica Alba. I didn't hate it.
Okay.
And the one that came after that.
I didn't like any of them.
You didn't like any of
No,
them?
I thought they were stupid.
Which ones did you like?
I liked all the Marvel movies. I liked the Captain America stuff. I liked the Iron Man stuff.
There's going to be another Marvel movie. Oh, by the way, stay through all the credits.
Oh, I hate that.
All of them.
All right. My wife and I decided to watch something, and it was just very grisly and sad. Sorry to bring it down. One Night in Idaho, The College Murders. It's on Prime, and that was a big news story this week. That's why we decided to watch it. So this is the documentary series that explores the events that surrounded the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students. They were in an off-campus house. This took place in November of 2022. Many of us remember this. And the series, it's 4 episodes. We did the first 2, and it delves into the lives of the victims, the impact their families had. And this is the guy who is the murderer, Brian. I think is it Koberger?
Koberger.
He was the suspect. He was the murderer. I remember talking about this story in 2022. He killed 4 people for no reason, just no reason. And earlier this week, he's sentenced to life in prison. Many of the family members were there, giving their victim statements. And this was tough to watch. It was really tough to watch. We'll play a clip, but this is one night in Idaho, the college murders.
These kids were just having the best time of their lives. Nobody could have imagined what was about to happen.
4 University of Idaho students were found murdered in their off-campus residence.
And the thing about this series, you meet the one of their friends. I forgot his name. Sorry. There are a lot of people in this.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one that discovered the first 2 bodies, and it was he made sure that no one else went into the house to see what he saw. It was a horror show.
Oh, yes.
There was blood that was coming out of the house. Yes, it was coming out of the house. There was so much blood because it was a knife wound.
Mm-hmm.
But there were 6 people that slept in the house that night, and 4 were killed. And to hear the other 2 try and figure out, why wasn't I killed? To hear, one of their friends who went upstairs because it was too quiet, and he found 2 victims, his friends, and the parents who are in this. I mean, can you imagine getting the phone call?
I can't believe that they were even able to speak about it. No. I mean, I know that they say time heals all wounds. No,
Not
it doesn't.
This one.
No, it doesn't. And how you talk about your child being lost that way is unbelievable to me. And it takes courage. It takes courage.
It does. They all spoke
out about it.
It
makes me think of Gabby Petito's dad, who's now an advocate for missing people.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want people to have to become advocates that way.
No.
But it happens, sadly.
And the guy, Brian Kohlberger, will not, and he said they'll never tell why he did it. And we don't know.
I got an idea.
What?
Cuckoo, cuckoo.
I don't know.
You gotta be. You
wouldn't have stood trial.
Something is wrong with you.
I know.
When you do that to other humans.
No, of course. But was he angry at someone? Did he not like somebody? Or did he just I'm just going to go in and kill?
I thought they got hints from his online presence about wanting to know what it was like and stuff like that.
Well, I'm going to get to the next 2 episodes, but it's a grisly watch. So there you have it. The Stream Team. All right, coming up next, we're going to hit Trump maybe solving the homelessness crisis. Is it going to work? And there was a breaking news story that I want to get to, so stick around for that.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, is your AC barely hanging on? If that's the case, I want you to watch out for some warning signs, because if you get 1, 2, or 3 of these, you got to call Howard Air and Plumbing. Watch for these signs. Sky-high energy bill. You should not have a sky-high energy bill, especially this summer. This summer has not been 100. We hit 118 one time. And to be honest, been pretty mild. How about your AC constantly turning on and off? That's no good. Weak or no airflow from the vent. That is no good. Call Howard Air. When Howard Air and Plumbing comes to your house, they're going to have a certified technician. They're going to inspect, clean, and optimize your system. They are fast. They are friendly. They are affordable. And a simple tune-up can save you hundreds of dollars on your energy bill. So give them a call today. 602-953-2766. HowardAir.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K-12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. One thing you may not know is they offer lawn care and turf management, regular mowing, fertilizing, weed control, eco-friendly methods, and the best service in the industry. Plant and tree care, everything for your outdoor space. Irrigation system monitoring and repair if necessary, and pest and disease control. Just go to their website, creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the customer service. You're going to love the results. Do it now. creativeenvironments.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6:31. I'm Bill O'Neill. A Chandler man will not face criminal charges following the drowning death of his 3-year-old son in a backyard pool at the family's home back in May. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office says there is no likelihood of convicting Brady Kaiser, even after surveillance video was used to detail the events surrounding what happened. Chandler police had referred the case for review, recommending 1 count of child abuse.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton denied entry into the Eloy detention facility to check on a Peoria businesswoman. The Democrat says federal law allows members of Congress to conduct oversight at detention facilities without advance notice.
Her family asked me to go to Eloy to confirm her location, check on her well-being, and inspect the conditions of her detention.
Kelly Yu was detained May 28th at a routine immigration check-in. She came to the U.S. illegally to escape China's one-child law more than 20 years ago. Arizona Congresswoman Yasmin Ansari demanding answers after she says plans for meeting with 3 detainees at the Eloy Detention Center were denied less than 24 hours before a scheduled visit. The Democrat says she's still struggling to get info from the Trump administration.
I had detailed my deep concerns about the inhumane conditions of the Eloy ICE Detention Center and demanded answers and independent oversight. Again, this is Over a month later, we still do not have a response. I had requested a response by June 23rd and still have not received that.
Ansari says she is hoping to schedule another visit by the end of next month. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche wrapping up his interview with Jeffrey Epstein's former companion Ghislaine Maxwell.
Emerging from a second day of talks between his client and the Deputy Attorney General, Ghislaine Maxwell's defense lawyer said the convicted sex trafficker didn't hold anything back.
She was asked maybe about 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody.
David Marcus said while there's been no request for clemency on his client's part and no promises made.
Of course, everybody knows Miss Maxwell would welcome any relief.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Aging workforce, declining birth rates causing some worries about Social Security for one Arizona politician. Congressman David Schweiker tells the Mike Broomhead Show one of the biggest factors in the declining workforce is...
It's demographics. We got older. We have double the number of 65 and up than we had 20 years ago, but the same number of 18-year-olds.
He says the only way to reach a solution is to work in a bipartisan effort with the voters. Well, back to work for the Arizona Diamondbacks following a 3-game sweep at the hands of the Houston Astros and the trade of Josh Naylor. The D-backs opening a weekend series with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And right now they are in extra innings. The D-backs taking a 1-0 lead on the Pirates in the bottom of the 11th inning now. They're in Pittsburgh. Phoenix Mercury in New York. They are taking on the Liberty today. And just a couple minutes left in that one in the fourth quarter. Liberty leading the Mercury by a score of 84-71. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. We've got a crash blocking the left lanes on the Loop 101 eastbound near 59th Avenue. And also still that crash. It's now on the right shoulder, though, instead of blocking the lanes on the US 60 eastbound near Sossaman Road. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Cloudy and breezy right now, 102 in Mesa. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air & Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air & Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Imagine running for office and trying to lock down the MAGA vote. Do you come out in favor of exposing the Epstein files or back the president no matter what? It's a real Sophie's choice for one frontrunner. How Epstein could decide the next Arizona governor Monday on the Chris and Joe Show, starting at 2.
All right, outspoken Bruce and Gatos. We got Gail Bass in. So during the news, Gail, you're watching something. I peered over and I said, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
What are you watching?
Phoenix police sent out a news release about this, and there's video. There's body cam video. A dad was arrested near Madison and 24th Street because 4 kids were left in a car. All the windows were up, and according to police, the car was turned off. Windows were rolled up. People saw it, called police. They got there. 4 kids. And looking at this video, they don't give us the ages in the news release, but all these kids look like they are 8 and under, maybe 10 and under. There are 2 car seats I see in the car, and there are 3 little kids that I can see.
Let me tell you what I would want myself to do if I came upon that car. Like that, almost I would hope I would do. I'm going to break every window in that car. Because you only need to break one to get the kids out.
Didn't we just pass a law that protects us if we do that?
I don't care. I'm going to break every single window
I
in
would
that
have.
car.
I don't care what. They could get mad at me, but I would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe a tail light or something. Like, because it's, I mean, for a so-called father who is in jail now, and he should be, 4 kids in a car in the middle of the afternoon in Phoenix.
Yes, this was yesterday, and it was on July 24th. And it was around 125 degrees inside when police say they opened the door.
Do we know what he was doing?
He was inside of a nearby business. He went to the business. And
how long were the kids in the car?
Well, they don't say how long they were in, but they were in there long enough for the temperature to be 125 degrees. So I looked this up.
Okay.
It says, I asked, how long does it take your car to heat up if it's 100 degrees outside?
Oh, good.
And it says in 10 minutes it could reach 119. So they didn't have to be in there very long. The police say it was 125 degrees, around 125 degrees, when they opened the doors. They said internal temperature of the children was taken, and each was near 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The kids were taken to a nearby hospital and evaluated for heat-related issues. They're all expected to be fine. They They located the owner of the car and the responsible party. And the father of the kid was identified, and he was inside a nearby business. And
watch it be a bar.
And he was arrested and booked on 8 counts.
Watch it be a bar.
Never
know.
I think they would have said it was a bar.
I don't know. And while you were watching this video, like I saw the police giving the children water.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you were watching it more than I was. Just describe what you saw, because
the kids were in the car. They were, was one kid sitting in another kid's lap. I don't know if the police had moved them closer to each other, but it was a silver sedan. It was a silver sedan. It wasn't some big old 1980s Cadillac.
Okay.
It was it looked like a Maxima or something like that. Something of that similar size. There were 2 kids in car seats that I saw. Also, police said they took them out and put them in a police Tahoe.
To cool them down.
Right.
Right.
So, and there was a firefighter there helping to cool them off.
Man, here are my questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to know how long they were in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's really important. Because we're talking, this was around 3:40 in the afternoon. It's the hottest time of the day. So I want to know how long the children were in the car, number one. And number 2, I want to know what business the dad was in.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to Home Depot? Okay. Because, like, if you go to a certain business, it could be worse than going, like, there's a scale here. Like, if you went to go drink, it's going to be worse than I ran into Home Depot for 5 minutes and left the kids in the car.
I went to the grocery store to get milk.
Right.
Something like that. That's not what police are indicating. And they do say that the 4 of the children, that's like all 4 children were under the age of 10.
Yeah, I just want to know how long the kids were in the car and what business did you go into? Because those are the type of things that are important, because you have to know everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that we all know is, and listen, let's say this. Dad is in the car with 4 kids and he parks somewhere. I get it. It's tough to drag 4 kids out and go into a store.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't want your kids to die, you drag them out of the car and you bring them in the store.
Or you leave the car and the AC on.
That's dangerous too.
Who's going to steal a car with 4 kids inside?
Never know. I will tell you, the most precious things in your life are your children. I'm not leaving them in the car.
I'm sorry. I just don't go to the store. I just don't. Because if you cannot take them all out of the car,
right,
and you feel like it's too much of a hassle to take out all 4 of your kids, I leave them at home. And somebody's going to say, well, I can't do that. Well, okay, he couldn't do that, and look where he is.
So I'm getting this that Fox 10 reported that he was, I'm not going to say exactly where he was, but it wasn't, put it this way, it wasn't a place that he should be with 4 kids in the car. I'm trying to figure out.
I know where that place is.
How do you know? What are you looking at?
Because I know the awnings. It has yellow awnings.
How do you know the bad place that he was at?
I've driven by there. I was a news reporter. I had to go down on Madison Avenue to do stuff all the time.
Okay. He was at a place he shouldn't have been at. It wasn't a grocery store, and it wasn't...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh. There's a sign right there. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah. Disgusting.
There's a sign right there. That's
disgusting.
Dad, he ain't getting off. Oops. Yeah. He's not.
Yeah. You shouldn't have went there, Dad. You left your 4 kids in a car to go to a place that's quite lewd. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's there's the sign. Yeah. And the police video.
Okay.
I was looking at the children, not the sign.
Do you see the sign?
Oh, I see the sign.
Can you say the sign?
Well, I don't know if this is that parking lot, but it says the sign on the corner where the police are standing says the adult shop.
There you go.
But I don't know if that's the business.
Way to go, Dad. You go to an adult store, you leave your kids in the car.
I'm awful. Verifying that. I don't know if that's the business.
Awful. Awful. All right. I don't know if you get a second chance with those kids, Dad. Just letting you know. You're in jail, and you should be in jail. Coming up next. Hey, Trump's idea for solving the homelessness crisis. Could it work in Phoenix? Stick around. All right, Red Mountain weight loss. So I want to get you guys into Red Mountain. And some of you guys need Red Mountain for a couple different reasons. And maybe one is you have low testosterone. You're thinking, maybe I've got this. Well, you feel tired, you feel sluggish, you lose focus at times, have a little trouble in the bedroom. Red Mountain can help you. And the solution is prescription strength testosterone. Okay? You go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, you tell them Gato sent you, they're going to take a couple $100 off your bill because you know me. And you can start your testosterone therapy. No startup fee. So go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. You're going to start to gaining some muscle. You're going to start losing some fat. And you can say bye-bye to the dad bod. It is testosterone from Red Mountain. And guys, hey, don't be discouraged. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. Okay? So, redmountainweightloss.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. Lori Vallow Daybell sentenced to life in prison today on 2 murder conspiracy convictions in Arizona, marking the end of a winding legal saga for the mother with doomsday religious beliefs. Vallow Daybell already serving life sentences in Idaho for the killings of her 2 youngest children and a romantic rival. 2 Southwest Airlines flight attendants being treated for injuries after a passenger jet heading to Las Vegas from Southern California made a dramatic plunge shortly after takeoff. Southwest Flight 1496 responding to an onboard alert about another aircraft in the vicinity. Federal Aviation Administration says it is investigating. All of our top stories coming up at 7 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Another check on those roads now with Heather Larson, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. We still got that crash on the Loop 101 eastbound near 59th Avenue. This is causing a backup all the way to 67th Avenue. But other than that, all the Valley freeways are looking pretty good. We can say Friday light, just except for that one chunk of that 101 eastbound. We'll check traffic again for you in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back-to-school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Your neighborhood Fry's Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at frysfood.com/payorupdate. See your Fry's Pharmacy for details.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Summer's heating up. So can your business. Plug into the Greater Phoenix Chamber and spark new opportunities, connections, and community impact. Join us. Visit phoenixchamber.com to learn more. That's phoenixchamber.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's head over to KTAR.com on the right side of the page. Gail Bass, there is my gorgeous face.
Your mom would think so, yes.
All right.
Of course, I think you're gorgeous.
Okay.
Oh, my beating heart.
So the Q, it's been a tough week, 3 celebrities passing away. Which one made the biggest impression on you? And so I asked the audience. So Malcolm Jamal Warner, Hulk Hogan, or Ozzy Osbourne? I'll ask you, which one made the biggest impression on you?
Oh, Theo. Malcolm Jamal Warner, obviously, because I didn't watch wrestling, and I just never paid attention to Ozzy Osbourne.
Okay, because when the Cosby Show was on, it was, and maybe the greatest sitcom of all time. I mean, it could be right up there, even with Bill Cosby, who's disgusting.
Oh, God, yeah, he is. He needs to be in jail.
But you know what? When you watched Malcolm Jamal Warner play Theo as a like a teenager, like I related to him. I'm white, he's black. I still related to him. How? Because I was a teenager. Because I was trying to get away with stuff from my parents. That's what Theo was doing. Theo wasn't good in school. Neither was I. I wasn't good in school. And so I keep remembering Theo saying on the show, Mom, you're a lawyer. Dad, you're a doctor. I'm terrible in school. What is up? Right? Mm-hmm. And I would look at my family and I'd be like, yeah, both my grandfathers are doctors. My dad's a lawyer. Mom is probably the smartest one in the entire family. And I'm getting C's. So, but for me, it's the Hulkster.
Ah. Okay.
So it's got to be Hulk Hogan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So before we get out of here, why don't we discuss this? Because I think this is pretty interesting. President Trump has released an executive order. And, this is number 18,000 of executive orders. Basically, what he wants to do is he wants to try and solve the homelessness crisis. And I'm wondering if it's going to work here in Phoenix. He wants to just take people off the street.
Mm-hmm.
So don't give them a chance or don't give them a say. Mm-hmm. If you go up to someone and you can see that they are not all there, there's a mental illness. I'm not talking about people just necessarily on drugs or there's some sort of a mental illness. He wants to be able to take that person off the street and put them in an institution? Is that right?
That's called involuntary commitment.
Involuntary commitment.
And I worked with the homeless for some time downtown, and it was just on Sundays we would feed them, and I could tell that there was a significant number who had mental health issues.
Right.
But when you commit somebody against their will, that's going against something that the great President Ronald Reagan said. He opened the doors of these places saying you can't involuntarily commit people because it's ripe for...
But if they can't help themselves,
there are people who... But you know what? There are people who need help. So I don't know how you find that balance. That's the thing. Who's to judge who's really, quote unquote, crazy and who needs the help and who doesn't.
So when I went down to the Zone twice,
I was there every Sunday for years.
It was one of the saddest things I've ever seen.
Undeniable.
And as I say this, I don't mean this to joke. I'm not trying to be cute. It really looked like The Walking Dead.
Yes.
Like if you watched the TV show, they were zombies and their clothes were tattered. And I was looking at some of the people there, and they weren't looking back.
There are some people who need our help.
Right.
In a just society.
So why can't we take them off the street?
I have no problem with that, but we don't have a standard of when are we going to do that? Who's going to check and balance and make sure that somebody's not in there for 20 years who's forgotten? You know?
Yeah.
So how do we make sure that person isn't involuntarily committed and then they never get out?
Well, I mean, there's got to be, I know there are horror stories about this, but there's got to be doctors and social workers and people that can keep track of everybody.
You know what that is? That's big government.
Again, I don't like big government.
But in a just society and in a caring society, if we're worried about child trafficking, we should also be worried about people who have significant mental illnesses who defecate on themselves and are walking on the street and defecate in front of people's businesses. That's a public health problem. And I think it needs to be under public health.
All right. I don't know how this is going to happen. I don't know how you select people.
But there are people who devote themselves to helping people like this.
Right.
We should go to them and say, what should we do? What should be the best practices? What do other countries do?
Well, I like that Trump's trying to do something because we have an issue that is completely out of control.
It is.
All over the place. Tents are everywhere.
Oh, San Diego downtown is just
awful.
Ridiculous.
It's awful. Hey, Gail, thanks for hanging out today. It's great to see you.
Well, it's always great to see Gatos on the program.
Hey, thanks everybody for listening. It's been a tough week. We had 3 celebrities pass away. I think we got through it together. We'll see you on Monday. And as you all know, it's great to have me on the program.
It is. Me too.
Bye.
Mike Broomhead.
People go to PBS or people go to these for when it's time for breaking news. You get it everywhere.
The next time Big Bird brings you breaking news.
Right. Breaking news. It's another sunny day. Sunny day. Sweet the love.
Let me try this. Let me point in that room and say one of these things just doesn't belong here.
Oh, come on.
Mike Broomhead. Weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When life brings challenges, knowing where to turn is essential. At Revival Psychiatry, we're committed to providing more than just mental health care. We're dedicated to restoring hope, dignity, and quality of life. We offer personalized diagnoses, medication management, therapy, and non-invasive ketamine treatments. Offering telehealth and in-person options, and we accept most insurance plans. We are Revival Psychiatry, and we are here to support you. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots? And now they're talking surgery? Look, before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Check out QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No masking the pain. This goes to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. And this is critical. 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. That's not just a number. It's peace of mind that you're exploring something that's truly working for people just like you. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with a perfect plan to ensure everyone's well-fed and happy. Grad party? Office celebration? Family reunion? Invite Venencia's to the table. Text catering to 411-24/7. That's catering to 411-247 or Venencias.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News.